Hi there. And so here we finally are. Part 2 of I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. I checked, and the first part was February 1st. So it's been nearly 6 weeks then. Yes, technically nearly, because that was a Thursday. I wonder if there's a way for us to remember what's going on. I'm sure it's not a big deal. Anyway, before we start, I just want to touch upon a few things. Because of my studious nature in game, I spent a lot of time with Tang, who logically I should be calling Tange, because her full name is Tangent. But I can't see T-A-N-G without saying Tang. I've already spent one session calling her Tang. But I hope I've improved as a streamer since the last time I did this narration stream. So, let's try to correct this name, I suppose. That being said, because I have so much friendship with her, and this game starts having romance stuff later, and I'm not going to stop studying, she's likely going to be the romance choice later, though I do know there's some characters that we haven't met, so we'll see. And yep, hi Tuna, we're back with this. I also mentioned on an impromptu stream on Monday, while I make no promises, no, I'm not in a bikini bottom. I will remain scheduled to end at 4:30 Central. Currently, the stuff I have to leave for on Wednesdays got moved back to Mondays, so I no longer have to rush off on Wednesdays. However, my spouse will still be coming home from their day job sometime around 4:30, so I can't promise I can go much longer. But sometimes I might be able to, as they've sometimes worked much later. I like to end on a logical stopping point, though. And Exocolonist, that feels like the start of New Year after whatever horrible stuff in the Glow season has happened. Which, to be cleared, since I haven't played since last time... Or, to be clear, I haven't played since last time. I've been tempted to because I enjoyed the game, but this is still my first playthrough. I suppose the background might make it a little confusing. I just grabbed one from Exocolonist real quick, because it felt fitting. Also, I mentioned in that stream that we successfully moved my spouse to another room. They sometimes play games with friends on Thursday nights, so while this isn't a for sure thing, thus I'm not going to officially schedule it, I might start doing a short stream from around 7:30 to 9 p.m. Central Thursday nights if my spouse is doing stuff. It might just be Balatro for the near future, but we shall see. I have plenty of games to mess with. Maybe I'll do some other quick games like Luck Be a Landlord or some Vampire Survivors like game in that time frame. I could also try my hand at more casual stream, just talking to people, or maybe messing with something like Infinite Craft. Alright, with that being said, I guess I do have a way to jog our memories. We'll say one last farewell to Tang before I try to remember it should be Tange. And we'll get into I Was a Teenage Exocolonist Year 13, with fresh narration. And, here goes nothing. Previously on I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. Weird memories. Doggo. Spaceship. And then we finally met our parents. And then we met ourselves. We meet our potential best friends. And choose the loner kid. More weird memories. And then we land and we're asleep for 2 weeks. I can see the future! And it's not very happy. Anyway, school time with AI. We meet Hal, and he's our pal. Crush some card game. And we talk and school. And talk and school. And rest. More visions? Saving Tammy. Wait, can people die? Sneak outside. What's the worst that can happen? We find a cute little guy. And a less cute, less little guy, and learn that Uncle Tonin is blind. After much more studying and hanging out with Tang, because she's also a nerd, it becomes the Glow season. Glow won't stop me from studying. Yes, Master AI, I will study hard. We're given a chance to cheat, and I don't think I should cheat. Cheating is for losers, unless it makes the game more fun. Who needs to cheat? But wait. Endless dark of Glow season must be getting you. All week you've been having nightmares. Something is coming. Something bad is about to happen. A dreadful mantra repeats in your head. With an attack, We lose logic and rush to go help our parents. And we kill it. Who says studying doesn't give you practical skills? Our mom doesn't appreciate our elite assassin skills for some reason. We survive and move on to the next year, learning the game goes to age 20. And we definitely are closest to Tang. The year goes on, we study more, and get closer to Tangent. We start getting an idea that some tech might be hard to replace. What if a lot of it breaks? And then it got real. Tonin is dead. Tammy is now an orphan. The glow comes. Another attack. And as my parents scold me for fighting, I learn Hal, my pal, is dead. Very dead. Everyone is breaking. Emotions are running high. Why'd they have to die? Well, at least we have each other. And now we study with an AI teacher. More pain is coming. Life goes on, and we spend it studying and helping Tang. The glow comes again, and with it more danger. We scare off the threat, and despite the danger seemingly going after our parents, it was fine. And that's where we begin today, at age 13.
Thank you! I forgot to unmute my mic. So, I will roll back slightly. I had muted my mic for the recap. I hope that all went smoothly. I had never done anything like that. If it didn't, let me know so I can recap again. Thank you for the compliment on my model. It's just a simple Vroid one, but I love decorating them. I usually change up my clothes a lot for the different stuff. I liked how it looked with the classes previously. So for the narration stuff, a lot of times I was skipping over people that didn't have exclamations on their heads. But because we're just picking back up, I will go start and do stuff with that. My Yeti mic, I did click it before I started, I think. But sometimes it doesn't always take. I forgot to double check to make sure the light wasn't flashing. But yes, definitely thank you for telling me that it wasn't going. It would have sucked if I had hit anything important beforehand. This is just little side stuff. I will start going again in the middle of this, because I completely missed. But anyway, I messed up reading skirts, because I didn't realize that Tammy had multiple skirts, and seeing skirts was weird. Oh, before you go, she adds, and produces a box with a slice of cake in the form of her skirt. Do you want this cake? They're so fun to make, but I need someone else to help me eat them. I'll make you another one on your birthday if you like, and we can trade hugs for cakes again. Yep, I think this is second or third time I've forgotten the mic. I usually notice pretty quickly because the flashing lights in the corner of my eye, so I'll notice that eventually. But for a narration one, it's definitely bad if I have my mic muted for a bit. Let's see, you're Mars, right? Yep. Mars is frowning intently at her holopalm, typing a new message. Oh, excuse me, Selene. I just have to clear something up, she says, sparing you a look. Oh, this name. Anemone posted her answers to everything about you survey on the colony message board, and she said that she thinks about her brother Combe as the coolest person in the colony. Mars rolls her eyes, as if Combe is one of the hottest, but he's not that sophisticated. I found something you might like. Tell her about your day. I do not have the persuasion for that. Tell me about working at the depot again. Done. I don't want to give her a gift. I can't talk about the day. I don't need to know about the depot again, so we'll just be done. But yeah, with this game, unless there's an exclamation over their head, probably not going to find anything new, but since it's been a bit, let's just go revisit everyone. Learn who they are again. These two I know are my parents. I don't remember the names of most people. Hal is digging up something in the garden, creating a neat little sack of vegetables in his wheelbarrow. Hey, Selene, he says, taking off his gloves to card his hand through his hair. How's it hanging? Again, option to give gift to him. Want to hear a fun nature fact? Or done. Your dad is up to his elbows in rich brown dirt. You've rarely seen him happier. Hey, Gooseberry, he says, scrunching his nose at you instead of waving. Here to give your old man a hand? I could use one. I would, but I don't have the animals for that, Dad. Sorry. All you. Your mom is taking a break at her makeshift desk inside the domes. What's up, Selene, she asks. Need me for something? I'm not organized enough to tell you what I need, so nope. Dis is fiddling with the toggles on his jacket, watching the comings and goings of expeditions. I want to go with them, he mumbles. But, not with them, I just want to be alone in the wilderness for a while. A little smile plays across the corner of his lips. It sounds nice. Does this interest you? Dare you to go in the restricted area? And done. And my bravery's up there, but not quite enough. Just 21. I have been a little studious, busy bee, so my engineering and reasoning are my big stats over here. I remember that much. Anemone is sitting at the sports ball dugout with her feet propped up on the bench. Hey, Selene, what's up? And like usual, don't have much to do here. I do not have the skills to trigger the next event. And this is still just giving gifts. And then Tange up here. I already spent as little time around the other teenagers as possible, Tange sniffs decisively. But now everyone smells and is growing hair in unfortunate places. Absolutely not. Her lip curls in disgust. What a cosmic joke. Hormones that encourage us to be intimate with each other, while simultaneously turning us into disgusting, sweaty, stinking beasts? Ugh, no thank you. I've never allowed my biology to dictate who I am, and I don't intend to start now. Here, I have something for you. How's the research coming? And done. I might as well try giving her something, because she's the one I'm most friendly with. I have no clue what she would like. Let's just give her some medicinal roots. This is interesting, is all Tang says, taking the roots and turning them over in her hands. Her lip curls in distaste at the dirt. It still clings to them. No, really, she protests when she sees the look on your face. I'm going to analyze these roots and see if they have any useful properties. They might be medicinal. She walks away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds, almost as an afterthought. She does like medicinal roots, which I had to guess for because she's always in the lab studying. And with nothing better to do, I'm going to go study. My engineering's up there. This will help with creativity, persuasion, stress, and this one will help with biology, reasoning, and whatnot. I don't have much biology going on. Let's learn biology. He never got around to attending life sciences class before Hal died. It's a shame. He was my pal, you know. He was so passionate about science, he probably would have had a lot to say about life on Fortuna. He was the teacher back on the ship who could possibly replace him. You take your seat in the classroom. There's no teacher here yet. You and the other students wait, exchanging awkward glances as time passes. Eventually, Chief Engineer Instance breezes through the door. She's accompanied by Tange, who takes a seat behind you, barely giving you a second look. Look who showed up, Instance snaps. With a sinking finger, you know she's talking about you. Selene, can you even tell me what life science entails? Tange looks at you out of the corner of her eye, trying not to smirk. The wet sciences, the study of life? Instance frowns. An empty cup waiting to be filled with knowledge, she mutters. Tange stifles her giggle, but just barely. Tangent stops you on the way to class. Selene, were you heading to life sciences? Good, I could use your help with something, actually. I'm working with Chief Engineer Instance in the biolab. If you give me a hand with it, I'm sure she'll credit you for the class. Of course I'll help. I don't know what I could do to help. Of course I help. I don't actually know what I could do to help, but I'll try. Honestly, admits Tange, we just need somebody to label petri dishes and move them to cooler and to different machines. I hope I could do it. Instance is starting to unfocus at Hollow Eye as she processes the results of scans. Tange goes and stands beside her, pulling up the scan of her own polipalm. They confer quietly while you wait. Sounds like they're studying the shimmer, the mysterious illness that some colonists get during pollen every year, including your dad. Instance looks at you, as if noticing your existence. Ah, Selene, she says. We've been studying samples for some of the colonists who get sick during pollen, including your dad. Some of the stuff in his lungs. It's some kind of fungus. We think the shimmer is a form of reproduction, Tange explains. It's like a fungus trying to turn us into more fungus. It's really neat, actually. Sounds a bit like The Last of Us. Yeah, neat. More like ultra creepifying. You sound like the fungus. I'm just gonna go with creepifying. That too, Tange replies, though she looks more excited than scared. It would be much safer if the surveyors just set fire to it all rather than trying to study it. Who knows what else is out there trying to kill us? You spend the rest of the week helping them study the illness. Mostly this involves following the instructions and doing as Tange loves to repeat. Jobs I hope I could do. Nothing beats hands-on experience, though. This would be easier if we had actual sample of the fungus, Instance remarks. They're working with some biological samples, a fancy word for snot, but according to them, the fungus is all mixed in with human cells. Instance has to spend a lot of time in rich space trying to disconnect the two in her models. Where could I find a sample? How close are we to a cure? I probably want to just deal with samples. Our most useful reports have been from foragers returning to the Valley of Vertigo, she tells you. Oh, sorry, I was a little too fast, Tuna. When the pollen is thick all year, there might be a good place to start. We had just started doing this, and I figured I'd try to be helpful. So, just trying to do the card game again. I vaguely remember this, but I have the extra stat of +1 to blue cards. One stop becomes a value 2. So this one becomes a value 2, apparently. So this has a plus if first or last. That's not going to be the highest. That's not going to be great. I don't want to use that one. But that will clear it, because this one's going to set 2. This one would have set the neighbors to the same value as it, so all my other cards would have been lower with that. And this one's not a blue card, but it's high enough. And we got the super goal. And I'm just realizing my stress is way up there. You wake to the sound of your parents arguing in hushed tones, clearly trying not to disturb you. You blink away the sleep from your eyes, eventually remembering, wait, isn't today your 13th birthday? Where are your birthday cuddles? Your parents always make a big deal about your birthday. You peek out through the privacy curtain of your bunk and listen in on their argument. You're being unreasonable, your mom says. Selene is a teenager now. You have to give them the opportunity to take calculated risks, or they'll start acting out. That's just what being a teenager is. Going off to the wilderness isn't a calculated risk, your dad replies. It's too dangerous. I've only done it twice so far. It's weird to hear your parents arguing. If they ever disagree, they sort it out quietly or go into meditation. This time they sound really upset. It's unsettling. I think I should. The danger isn't. You don't need to. Well, those don't sound very different. So let's just go with the danger isn't, because I've been out there before. They glance at you. Your mom holds up her hand to silence you and goes right back to talking. Geranium, she grates. You said it yourself that we need every person out there surveying for edible native plants. You're even going yourself. Why not our child? Ah, the Pokemon logic of sending out children to do stuff. Your dad flails his hands helplessly. Because, Lulu, they're our child. It's our responsibility to keep them safe. You're not keeping anyone safe by coddling them. Your mom almost shouts and your dad flinches and shouts. Selene's survival depends on them understanding this planet we're living on. So you're not doing them or the colony any favors by pretending that's not the case. Won't you two just shut up? I can take care of myself. Stay quiet. I apparently have the bravery for that. How is my bravery in general? Oh, just barely. We will go for the unique option, because that will be the more fun one, probably. You're brave, but you aren't stupid. You assure them that you'll stay out of trouble. Your dad shoulders Shag as he shakes his head. You barely even know what's out there, kiddo, he mutters. Your mom's fierce expression softens. Hey, Selene, sorry. It's your birthday today and we're arguing like a pair of assholes. Happy birthday. They both give you a hug. We meant to order up from the canteen and have your usual birthday breakfast. We got to talking about how Utopia has opened up expeditions for kids 13 and older, and well, that's you now. I suppose we have to let you spread your wings someday, your dad relents. I just feel better knowing you were safe here inside the colony walls. He gives your mom a faint smile. We decided early on to let you choose your own path in life, so if you want to join expeditions, we're behind you. Just be safe. I, however, am far too stressed to go do anything. Oh, but Tammy has dots, so does my dad. So we'll talk to my dad, and then go talk to Tammy. You find your dad comparing some plant samples. When he sees you, he puts down the test tubes and gives you a big hug. Kiddo, he explains, then kneels down to look at you and I. I've been thinking. I want to say, I'm sorry your mom and I were arguing on your birthday. We disagree sometimes, just like every couple, but it's unfair that you had to see that. See how the soy sausage gets made. It's okay. He pats you on the shoulder. Thanks for saying so. You're a great kid. Your mom and I talked it out, he continues. We're both just really putting everything into the farm right now, and it's making us kind of snappy. You don't have to worry about it, okay? He squeezes you and hugs. If you want to join Utopia's exploration team, just be careful. It's dangerous out there. What do you have to say, Tammy? Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Selene, she exclaims. She comes in for a huge hug. She smells so nice, like vanilla and flowers, and she's really good at hugs. This is for you, Tammy says. She steps back and reaches into one of the many deep pockets in her dress, producing a little paper box. I made this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. She has so many cakes. It's only a soy cake, but it's soy cake made just for you. You take a bite. Okay, it tastes just like a regular soy cake too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she hints, smiling sweetly. If that would make you happy. Absolutely, I'll share that. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own silly Billy, she says, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. Of course you have more cakes. You always have cakes, apparently. And with that, we need to rest. Because I have like 105 stress. Relax. You're relaxing after hours when Antecedent pops her head into the lounge. The kitchen, she announces in an artificially sweet voice. Announces in an artificially sweet voice. The kitchen is not an artificially sweet voice. Is looking for someone to help part-time cooking duties. Someone young, someone responsible, someone organized. Someone, she stares pointedly at the teens in the room, who might have too much free time on their hands. I do not have this organization skills for that. I avoid eye contact. Sweating away over humid food nanoprinters really isn't your thing, so you hang back. Besides, Tammy's hand shot up almost immediately. She's making little squeaky noises trying to get Antecedent's attention. She'll be perfect for it. Antecedent sighs and rubs her hands on her apron. Well, if anything changes her mind, I could use help. Yep, I'm enjoying the writing in this game so far. It's easy to predict what the characters are going to do, because they're pretty consistent. And when we get real, we get quite real. It was fun doing the recap video and remembering exactly how dark it got at times. Got no dots. Alright, I could study or I could go explore. So what do we want to do? Study or explore? We're still pumped from the last attack. Physical skill increases for 3 months. And 10% chance 3. Alright, we'll study some more. Got no problems with that. Work on life sciences some more, because that's where we're weakest in. You see a notice on Engineering HoloWeb. Chief Engineer Instance needs someone to help with after-school tutoring. Literally anyone who isn't a complete idiot will do. Because she's desperate. Please apply. I need reasoning 10 or greater. Yeah, we can do that. You tell Dr. Instance you're interested in the job. She looks up from her holopalm, just like she's just noticed you exist. Yes, you'll do, she says, nodding. The younger, slower kids have trouble keeping up with congruence sometimes. You mostly just have to pat them on the back now and then, and stop them from wandering off when they're supposed to be studying. No offense, but anyone with a pulse could do it. You wait for further instruction. Instance sighs, shooing you away dismissively. You know where the classroom are. Just come when you're not doing whatever nonsense teenagers do here. Unlocked tutoring in English. Get to work. +1 to blue cards, and 1 slot will become blue. This is probably easy enough just to do all this. Oh yeah, there's straights and whatnot in these cards too. but using all the blue cards is also fine. This goes even slightly bigger, doesn't it? This is fine. I'm slowly remembering how to do the blue card, or the cards game. But slowly getting that reasoning up more, slowly getting biology up. Run around quickly to see if anyone needs to talk to us. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, no. Dad wants to talk again. Also, there's a stick on the ground. Oh yeah, it's pollen season again. Your dad was sniffling and sneezing pretty bad this morning. He collapsed around this time last year, so you've been feeling anxious about his health, especially now that the pollen's back. He's working hard in the fields, respirator hanging from his neck as he grunts and shovels dirt into a wheelbarrow. He sees you coming and stands up straight, coughing a little as he stretches his back. Hey, kiddo, what brings you out here? Dad, you have to wear your respirator. Dad, you have to wear your respirator. Working hard or hardly working? I think we're just gonna yell at our dad. Dad needs to be wearing his respirator so he doesn't collapse again. Your dad makes a blah 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 motions with his hand. I do. Don't look at me like that. I'm just getting some fresh air. It's hard to breathe with that thing on. I'm racing to get these pixie beans in the ground, continues. We're all set to have a great harvest in time for Vetrumania. He leans on his shovel, tucking one foot behind the other, and rocking back and forth. Truth is, I've been working like a dog. I'd love to get out of here for a while. Hey, what do you say you and I go for a little walk, he says, brightening. You know, you don't get outside the walls much either. But we could do a little nature walk. I study all the plants and foragers bring back, but I've never really seen them in the wild. What? No way? It's dangerous outside, or out there. You want to go outside? Sounds great. Choices. Spending some time with Dad doesn't sound bad. Though, pollen is stronger out there. Probably we'll just go with, you want to go outside? Sure, your dad says. People can want to try new things, right? Your mom doesn't see the draw, he continues, flipping his shovel onto his shoulder and picking his way carefully out of the tune forest. She likes what she can control, you know, but there's a whole planet out there, and I want to go explore. He stops and doubles over, suddenly racked with a coughing fit that makes him unable to speak. He tries a few times to catch his breath, but each time he just starts coughing harder. The pink pollen in his ear swirls and eddies around you both. Maybe you should stay indoors. A walk will do you good. Am I going to get our father killed if we go outside for a walk? He has an allergic attack and something attacks us. Something to think about. If that happens, it'll be good for the story, right? Walk will do you good. You and your dad check at the gates to let them know you're going for a walk, and set off to the nearby forest. Your dad's rarely been outside the walls, but he looks so at home out here. He keeps pointing out strange bugs and plants. Look, Selene, he calls to you. And you turn to find him looking through two holes in a massive leaf like he's wearing a frilly mask. I'm a manticore! Rawr! You explore the furthest reaches of colony-controlled wilderness. First sun is starting to set, and it's getting chilly. You're a long way from the safety of the colony gates. Hey, what's down over this way? Your dad asks, heading deeper into the wilds. This is somewhere you're not supposed to go by yourself, but it's with your dad, so it's probably fine. I see red flags. I figure we're probably gonna kill Dad if we go check it out. We could check it out, or we could go home. Though, we could always try the freerun style. Maybe it's a mimic, maybe it has a great tome in it. So we could check it out. I'll think for a moment. Continue with the logic. Worst case, our dad dies, so let's check it out. You and your dad start bushwhacking through the overgrown fungus, but you don't get very far before a priority message hijacks your hollow palms. It's Utopia for Expeditions. She's the one you checked in with earlier. Uranium, are you okay out there? Our hollow positioning has you a long way from the colony. Do you need assistance? No, we're doing fine. Thank you, Utopia, your dad replies. Utopia gives him directions back to the colony and signs off. Your dad gives you a big grin like your co-conspirators. Busted, he says, hopping down off the slope towards you. Alright, let's head back. Big expeditions don't want us to know the truth, I guess. The truth about what, Dad? You're walking back when your dad has another deep, spasming coughing fit. You're worried he's going to collapse again and you have to carry him back the rest of the way, but he manages to get down under control. The whole forest is completely quiet for minutes, spooked by his racking cough. Whew, he says, his eyes red-rimmed from streaming irritation. Can't wait until Instance figures out a treatment for this shimmer thing. She says maybe next year, maybe the one after that. I'm gonna be first in line, you bet. Hey! Didn't kill Dad! That's something. Reasoning, empathy, and kudos and stress. Reasoning's about to level up. You can try tutoring children. Oh, I'll do life science next time. I wanted to check out the new shiny. Sorry. After a half hour, Instance pokes her head into the classroom. Oh good, you're already here, she says. I trust you'll be able to handle yourself in all subjects with students of all ages. Ask Congruence if you need any help. She turns to leave, but stops to turn back to you. Thank you, Selene, she says quietly. Since Professor Hal died, well, Congruence and myself are poor replacements for him. I'm grateful for your help. You settle in to help the younger students learn how to use their holopoems to access the HoloNet, Congruence's massive database. Congruence has everything they could ever need. Music, movies, games, novels, and comics, a calculator, a timer, an encyclopedia, textbooks, the colony's social media, specialized tools for different jobs like architectural programs. It's a massively powerful tool, and it's in their literal hands. They're mostly interested in games. Some understand it less than others. Why do we gotta read about stuff? Nougat whines, poking dejectedly at her hollow screen. The skin around her newly implanted hollow palm looks a little red. She keeps picking at it. I just want to go play. Lucky to access this tech. Here, let me show you something. Or that looks infected. I think that looks fine. Show Nougat how to look up videos about sports balls. She's totally enraptured by it. Whoa, she exclaims. I can watch people play sports ball on my hand, anytime. Turbo! I believe that is the first time we've heard turbo used as a anything in this game so far. Nougat is 6 and full of energy. The other kids are able to settle down and work on their biologic assignment, drawing pictures of xenofauna that live on Vertuma to put in the classroom diorama. But Nougat performs a more creative approach. You look at her drawings, Nougat's animals all have extra wings or heads, robotic threads, laser turrets, or top hats. Some aren't even close to the reference image. Creativity's good. You praise Nougat's creativity. Yes, that Hobie does look better with the jetpack. Nougat is proud of herself and works diligently on her project. Yes, the classroom diorama does look a little eccentric when it's all complete, but at this age it's more important to keep your child engaged than it is to teach them academic skills. Nougat gives you a big hug when the class is over. Hope you're my teacher all the time, Selene. Get to work. Tutoring. What if I do it this way? Nope. So the cards, I get some points for straights, some from having the same colors next to it. Various cards have a different thing going on. Like I have +3 for a straight going here. If I was to instead switch this one to this, that's actually probably more. Because this get a bonus thing, and then I have slight bonus going on for the same color here. And I have the same color going on down here. So straights, flushes, various effects. Amusingly, all right, I'll try again. So I'm trying to reach so many points. Like hiding under this card is forced to become a 2. It's already at 2. It adds 2 to the next one. But because this is a 2, this is a 3, this is a 4, that is a small little straight, and it gives me a bonus 3 points on top of the points that the cards already are. Because this is a wild card, effectively, it is every color. These 3 cards are blue, so I get 3 bonus points for them being blue as well. And then these 2 are yellow, so I get 1 bonus point for the flush here. Beyond that, I score the base value of all of these, and I have various conditions going on. Yeah, so there is a bit more to it, but much like Balatro, stuff like this, I just kind of get. So I never was explaining it or spending much time on it. So sorry for that. If you need more explanation, I can try to explain more. But I think that's most of the factors. We started off without the conditions up here. I have a feeling as we continue on, we'll get even more conditions going on. It'll continue to get a little more layered and complicated. Like right now, because I'm well rested, or I have the battle condition from this, or maybe that's just general stuff. I don't quite remember 100% what's going on from there, but I think we got this from hitting year 12. And then this is just a general +1 that we got from our dad from our first birthday. I do remember that from making the recap video. Yeah, it's a cute little card game. And then there's the option to take on extra stress to force victory if we need to. Go around, see who needs to talk. It looks like Tammy does. And just Tammy. Tammy is crying and trying to hide it, wiping her eyes and blowing snot on her sleeve. What's the matter? Stop sniffling like a baby. In case people forgot, previously I've decided I am just we're just the helpful, kind-hearted type of person. So not going to be yelling at someone to stop sniffling. We're going to be asking, what's the matter? She hiccups. I watched that scary movie last night in the lounge. You remember it. Mothra vs. Godzilla. The 2085 remake version. Well, sniffling. I had a bad dream where the monsters were knocking at my bedroom window. They were trying to get in. Now I can't stop thinking about it. She squeezes her eyes shut and more tears seep out. I miss my dad. He used to make me feel safe from the monsters. And I miss being in space. I was so much safer there. Which, remember, Tonan's Tammy's father, and he died in year 12 or 11? 11, I think. Or when we were 11. And, also, we have plenty of visions that monsters are coming, so space is more dangerous. The soldiers will keep us safe, and Mothra and Godzilla aren't real. Yeah, that is Godzilla. I was making sure they didn't spell it slightly wrong. Oh, just go with it. Aren't real or keep us safe. All right. I debated long enough to see your message this time. We'll keep us safe. I hope so, she sniffs. But I can hear the monsters at night sometimes. real ones, out in the jungle. I can hear them trying to get in. They're scary. We both look towards the wall. She does have those big ears. Maybe she really can hear creatures gathering in the jungle, scratching the walls, looking for weak points. Though the thought gives you shivers. There are really monsters, and I will also note as a minor spoiler, Tammy actually could have died back then if we didn't save her in the first part. I did come across that when I was going through the gallery and achievements and whatnot. So, yeah. Things can be very different in the playthroughs. So I'm excited to eventually play through this multiple times and see exactly how different this game can be through everything. Nope. Yep, if... I'm not 100% sure, but from what the stuff was saying when I was digging through the gallery and stuff to just look at everything, when I was double-checking everything in the save file, it seemed like it was totally possible that had we not gone after to protect Tammy there, she would have died. Which, given the interactions we've had with Tammy since then, this game would be a tad different already on just this run. You spend some time observing the life cycles of various vertumen species, particularly the fungi. Fungi are fascinating. You can't believe that what you see above the ground is only a very small part of the entire organism. You find yourself walking around the colony more carefully, now aware of the huge amount of life happening under your feet. Random card locked in one spot. But yeah, there is a giant block of content warning text on the title screen that you can go through if you want to. There are a lot of potential character deaths. I didn't read through them. I just quickly clicked it and saw there is a huge block of text for that. This is not just a pure cutesy space life sim. I mean, we've had 2 deaths already. Let's see. Not quite there on the reasoning bonus yet, but I think one more point will get us there. We're getting biology up, so eventually we'll be able to help Dad get a cure. You're getting older. It's that magical time in your life full of discoveries and possibilities when children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, congruence gave you a frank presentation about preparing for changes in your bodies we experience in the next few years. Which parts of the presentation were relevant to you? Menstruation, breast growth, voice changing, getting erections? None of it. I'm like a doll down there. This is a complicated choice for me. I think I'm just going to choose the doll route. Thanks to gene tech, your body doesn't need to conform to expectations for sex and gender. It's the future. Sounds good. You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation, and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind even as you notice Cal's voice begin to drop, or Mara starting to dress differently. Till one morning you wake up and something feels different. Yes, as someone who's non-binary, I am quite appreciating that I can fully embrace being non-binary in this game. You can tell you're in a weird mood before you even open your eyes. The sound of your parents moving around your quarter irritates you. Why can't they be quiet? Why do you have to live in the same room? Can't they just leave you alone? You throw back your privacy curtain and snap at them to shut up. Mom and Dad blink at you in shock for a few seconds, then your mom's face goes red. Excuse me, kid? Kid, do not speak to people like that. Screw off, you're not the boss of me. Don't think I could ever actually get away with you're not the boss of me, so let's go with screw off. Your mom opens her mouth to yell at you, but your dad raises his hand for peace. Hey now, let's walk it back a bit, he says diplomatically. Selene, you can't expect total silence when we all live together like this. If you're cranky in the mornings, you need to go to bed earlier. Teenagers need more sleep. Your mom opens her mouth again, but your dad continues. Lulu, we'll try to be quieter. Selene is telling us that they're starting to need more space, right? He's so reasonable. It's good we didn't get him killed in the middle of that expedition. It just makes you even more angry. I guess I should have read the rest of that. How dare he try to understand? You roll over in bed and sulk until they leave. Guess I did want my dad dead. You end up sulking for so long that you miss the window for breakfast in the canteen. So now you're hungry and upset. You scroll the colony social media to try to take your mind off whatever's going on with you today. You happen to see a photo of your friends hanging out together in the construction lot beside engineering. That makes it worse. Your friends are having fun without you. Even though you choose to skip breakfast, it feels like a personal insult. How dare they? Don't you know you're sad? What is happening? You feel on the edge today. Like everything feels so unfair and tragic. Like you want to punch stuff and then cry about it. Like you want to be left alone, but you so desperately want attention. It feels like a fount of energy is starting to bubble up inside you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Selene. Hi, Metal. If we continue life sciences, we might be able to help find a cure, so we'll stick with that. This week in biology class, you're learning about predators and prey. Chief Engineer Instance brings up a picture of Hopi on the holo projector and asks, what is this animal? What does it do when it sees a predator? Tange's hand shoots up. They hop away very carefully. That's why we call it a Hopi. Apparently it's Hopi, not Hopi. Makes sense? Instance shakes her head. Tange, you know better than that. Many prey animals do run away from predators. But what do only Hopis do? Tange blushes and looks down at her lap, mortified that she got a question wrong. Instance scans the class again. Anyone else? Selene? They thump at the ground to warn others. You've seen Hopis out in the wild, and you know they're very communal animals. One wouldn't run away without warning the others first. They all hop away quickly. Correct, Instance nods. Tang gives you an appraising look. Maybe she didn't expect this from you. Get to work. +5 kudos if total equals goals. These ones tend to take just a little bit longer. This should work. And equals 22. And we reach the next reasoning goal. Autoplay fairy perk. Autoplay fairy sometimes plays the best hand for you. Interesting. So sometimes the game will just play itself now. Log. So, as far as I can recall, we have a festival coming up pretty soon, so no need to rest anytime soon. Just keep studying and going for it. You are paired with Cal for a simple lab assignment, where you have to mix two reagents and heat them over a little flame. The solution is supposed to turn blue, but yours explodes and makes a huge mess. Cal grabs the dustpan and helps you clean it up. Get to work. +1 to blue cards. 1 card slot gets +1. We have good colors here. Okay, just do something like this. Not quite the super, but looks decent enough. I'm getting closer on the biology there. Still terrible organization, but from my experience, most of the science and math people I know were not the most organized people I knew, so makes sense. Some of the better ones are organized, but most of the ones I knew weren't. It's Vertonamela. I still don't know how to pronounce that well. Time for speeches, games, and feasting. You stare hungrily at the feast table. Sure, it's mostly soy rations, but it's still far more food than you usually see at all one time. This year, though, there's something new. Great big tureens of glowing beans. Weird. You try to sneak some food before the speeches start, but Chief Engineer Instance catches you and smacks your hand away. Your mom gets really mad at her and causes a huge yelling match. Your dad directs you away from the table as Instance blames your mom for the way things are right now, whatever that means. Your dad passes you a soy sweet to keep your tummy busy during the speeches. He's the best. I'm working on the biology. We'll get there. Governor Etiquette takes the stage and manages to calm everyone down. Welcome, everyone, to our 4th Vertumlia celebration, she says, speaking through a maxophoner. Her voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way it used to. I'm proud as always to stand before you as the governor and to celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this beautiful planet. Etiquette stops aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving Seek to complete the annual formalities. Your mom steps forward. Your serious feast includes a new glow-in-the-dark food. Pixie beans are our first domesticated Vertumen crop. The crowd applauds, and your mom raises her hands. Credit goes to Geranium. He insisted we designate a third of our fields to them. So you also have to thank him for the light show in your toilets tonight. A smattering of laughter ripples through the crowd. Your dad chuckles nervously. Your mom's smile fades. As you know, we lost our hydroponics and microsoil during the wormhole accident, she says. The pixie beans will make up for the losses we faced with our earth crops. Etiquette's weedy voice rattles through the maxophoner. Thank you, everyone. Let's get on with the games. The crowd packs away the chairs as children gather in the square. Which competition do you want to participate in this year? Obviously the science fair. We've got to win it 4 years in a row, right? Make Tange chat again. Tange's science fair project is monstrously complicated. She gives a 20-minute speech about cell division and a few different Vertumen species that goes not just over your head, but the heads of everyone in the crowd. What is she even doing locked in the lab all day? Instance is intrigued. She asks Tange's Tange a series of questions, soon honing in on something Tange overlooked. Tange is so upset with herself, she can barely finish answering. Tammy is also competing this year. She charms the judges by showing her beaded bracelets, each of which illustrate a DNA double helix. The judges compliment her scientific accuracy as she ties one on each of their wrists, then teaches everyone how to make them. Your turn. Present project. Just go with a bunch of 4s. And then can use 4 cards. So we'll go 2, 2, 3, 3. For a couple pairs and all the reds. Save as many blues for the last hand as possible. And that looks like we crushed the science fair. Because this last hand was worth a lot. Didn't even have to take on stress this year. The project this year is on power generation, explaining the way the colony will be able to generate power once the nuclear engines eventually need to be turned off. You've compared the efficiencies of burning mushwood, pellets, smart snow, or the thin oil they found under the southern swamps. You'd love to outfit the colony with solar power, but those panels are full of precious metals you haven't found alternatives for on Fortuna. You conclude that wind and hydroelectric power are the easiest to maintain and the most sustainable, impressing everyone with your working model of a hydroelectric dam. Finally, it's time for the feast. The pixie beans are a hit. Your parents keep touting their many benefits. They grow well here, they're super nutritious, taste great, they're very versatile, and kids love their bright, multicolored glow. Your rumbling stomach has made you grouchy. Your parents won't let you eat until they finally stop bragging about their dumb beans. You consider the options: pixie bean soup, pixie bean salad, pixie bean chili, even pixie bean aquafaba dessert. Everything glows in the evening twilight. You sullenly shove your pixie bean everything around on your plate. You don't even want to eat them anymore. Stupid beans, stupid feast, stupid games, stupid everyone. Arrgh. Every time someone turns to talk to you, especially about how great these beans are and how great your parents are for growing them, you just get more irritated. They just love beans. It's like they love these beans more than they love you. You're probably just hungry. Screw these stupid beans. Eat your beans. I should stop hating on my parents so much. Eat the stupid beans. You want to rebel against these stupid beans, but the truth is, you're too hungry to resist. You count backwards from 10 to calm yourself down so you don't blow up your mom. Why is she smiling all the time? You settle on glowering at her over your plate glowing beans. She notices, but just purses her lips and turns away from you to talk to someone else. Rude. You shovel food in your mouth, trying to not look like you're enjoying it. Okay, it is as delicious as everyone says. You start to feel more human than as you eat. Right, yeah, food. Food is great. You do feel better after you eat something. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, breaking off into little groups to talk or make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. You feel your mood improve by the minute as your friends pull you into a fun rhythm clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what Congruence meant when she warned you that your hormones would make you feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to your quarters to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. Let's see, does anyone want to talk to us? Doesn't look like it. Oh, back to studying life sciences.
This week in biology class, you're studying sugar bugs. The native species look like purple marshmallows about the size of your fist, all puffy and squishy and kinda cute. They don't move or do much, but if you tickle them, they exude an edible syrup from the hole at the top of their bodies. And now, says Chief Engineer Insis, you're going to dissect one. You could refuse to do it, or dissect that cute little sugar bug. I see no reason to refuse to dissect it. It is a matter of science, after all. You're given a thankfully already deceased sugar bug to work on. The moment your scalpel slices it open, a horrid smell assaults you, sweet like rotten fruit. Yuck. You see Tange trying not to gag too. Dissection. Well, it's a 3-round challenge. Let's just start with a bunch of 2s. This is a nice little straight. Then a massive amount of 6s. We'll get the job done. And that is victory once again. Carefully section off your sugar bug into 6 discrete organs. You take a photo with your hollow palm and carefully fill in the labels for all the parts. That's pretty good, Tange says, peeking at your work. These things are slipperier than I was expecting. Parts of mine are still moving. Time's up, says Dr. Insis. Please place dissected sugar bugs into these tanks and leave overnight. The next morning, your class is in for a surprise. The sugar bugs are alive again, and there's more of them. Your teacher explains that their DNA is so malleable that almost any part of the sugar bug can turn into any other part if it needs to. If your solid sugar bugs are smaller, they will eventually grow into full-size ones. Bermudian biology is weird. Still not quite there, but almost there. Let's see, how are our relationships doing? So, 1 heart there, 1.5 there, 2 there. We're up to 3 with Tammy. And we have 70% with Tangent. What do we need for the next thing here? Reasoning. Alright, it's slowly getting up there. Like usual, checking for things on the ground and to talk to anyone. Or we continue just studying. I could just go focus on Kudos, but yeah, nerd. Nothing wrong with being a nerd. It's how I've lived most of my life. You pick each native Vertumen keystone species and prepare an hour-long presentation to class. You pick the float cow. Cal is excited. He was going to choose a float cow too. You end up working together on a slightly longer presentation, which gives Cal time to describe in gory detail all the float cow's births he's attended. The class is fascinated. Missed that these cards were getting bigger. Ooh, got the perk for biology. Unlock something in geoponics. Xenobotany. Geoponics is this one, right? With my parents.
Explore the Zeobotany lab. Hey, kiddo, your dad says, looking up from his work desk where he's dissecting a huge bell-shaped flower. Can you hand me that separator? I've really got my hands in things here. Hand him the tool, which he uses to wedge open some sort of weird, stoma-like opening inside the bell. Gooey purple nectar oozes out and pools on the desk. Whoa, he exclaims. How did I drain this little beauty? Can you get a towel, I guess? Help him mop up the flower juice. Yuck. It's sticky and smells like rotting vegetables. When you're done, he looks at you with pride. You know, I've been thinking of getting one of your kids to come help me out with researching the native plants. You think you might be able to break off some time to help your old man in the lab? I know you've been studying biology, he adds. It's not as glamorous as gene tech research, for instance, but it is important. He grins. Let me talk to your mom about it tonight before you go telling her. She's not a fan of alien plants, you know. If it was up to her, we'd fill these greenhouses with earth plants and nothing else. But there's got to be more on this planet that we can cultivate. If you find any cool plants while you're exploring, bring them here and we can take a look at them. Unlocked Xenobotany with geoponics. So it looks like I can offer plants. Which will also raise biology. Your dad introduces you to the little lab they have set up in one of the greenhouses. It's incredible, he says, gesturing all around him. We're surrounded by alien flora we know practically nothing about. What's edible? What's medicine? What can we make fibers or build with, or use in ways we haven't thought of yet? He beams at you. You and me, we're gonna find out, my little potato. Your dad directs you to a research bench, and here's where you'll be working. The bench is buried under samples and beakers and weird-looking alien sprouts. More than just a simple table, the analysis bench is covered with buttons and little holes you can put things into. Don't touch anything, carefully find the on switch, stick something in a hole, press buttons at random. Yeah, on switch is fine. There is no on switch. Yup, you looked everywhere. Yeah, random hole's fine. You put one of the ceilings in a small slot in the table, the little door slides first, and then reopens. A loud brrr noise startles you. Oh no, you broke it, your dad laughs. Nah, just kidding. You're fine. Good instincts, kiddo. I can't just do nothing. Buttons at random. You mash buttons on table and go, yo, kiddo! It's Congruence, the friendly ship's computer brings you from a whole house screen set in the bench. Of course she's here. She's the guardian of all knowledge in the colony, after all. You, wonder where she got a yo from. Your dad laughs. Don't tell anyone, but Congruence is the real brains of the operation. He convinces though it's not like it's a secret. She'll make sure we don't do anything super dangerous, which means you and I get to focus on the experimentation. If you follow the rules and stick to what you already know, you won't learn anything new, so don't be afraid to try stuff. You bring your mushwood samples into the lab. You're going to study these and revolutionize the use of mushwood lumber. Maybe. Study it. You examine the mushwood under the microscope and take notes on its cellular structure. Part of the reason it needs to be harvested in wet is because its cells get so saturated that they lose structural integrity and turn into, well, mush during glow. Studying the exact process by which the cells take in water leads to a breakthrough. It might be possible to hack the process and stop the mushwood trees from taking on too much water during wet. If they don't take on as much water, they won't take as long to dry. You should be able to develop a spray that loggers can use to apply to the fruiting body of the mushwood, that part that sticks out above the ground, to close its pores. Reducing negative pressures in the body should stop it from pulling up so much water from the mycelial network underground. This is great. Logging will be much more efficient now. Need to equal 19. What happens? Yeah. You're too big.
too small. You're a little bit too big still. You're much too big. Getting exactly 19 is tricky on this one. There it is. Exactly 19. I'm pretty sure I have extra cards still. Yeah, I got 3 more things, so I can do this 3 more times. Research stuff and see if there's some sort of fun breakthrough, but first things first, go check around. And then we can go back to life sciences. You're really in the groove, munching on day-glow roasted pixie beans and feeling just good. Like everything's going right for once. You catch yourself giggling for no reason. For fun, you decide to put a pixie bean through the analyzer. Sure, your dad already studied them, but there's gotta be stuff you still don't know about them. Like, you only just discovered today how incandescently delicious they are roasted. Maybe you can figure out why they glow. Then you could make everything glow. The analyzer spits out a bunch of info, and Congruence helps you interpret it. She says as if she really needs to ponder anything. These readings are different than the initial ones, suggesting its possible application with certain hormones or for certain hormones for higher bioactivity reading in situ. In regular words, Congruence, please. Pardon me, Selene. I mean, they might mess with the human brain functions under some conditions. We should perform analysis again. This sounds important. You run more samples of roasted pixie beans through the analyzer, but you only get more frustrated. You certain these are clean samples? Congruence asks. I'm detecting anomalies in these readings. Excuse me for asking, but have you washed your hands? The sad face is stress. Ew, Congruence. Of course you have. So as the stress builds up, I become unable to do stuff. You don't know what to do. You try everything, even scrubbing the beans clean with acid. Congruence reverts to her most robotic, focused entirely on figuring out this puzzle. When her normally chipper voice goes monotone and cold, it makes you feel so lost. You're never going to get this right. You start to feel tears prickling in your eyes. Have a meltdown. Run the experiment correctly. Ooh! This option's only available because we have biology over 40. So, we could do meltdown. We could run the experiment correctly because we have so much biology. I love choosing the options that are unlocked because we have skills. Run it correctly it is. You wipe your eyes and try to focus. Once the samples are finally scanned, you help Congruence run the simulations to see what effect the pixie beans might have on different types of brain chemistry.
Do you have permission to do this, Selene? It requires significant power, she asks. You wave your hands at her. Of course, sure, whatever. No one's here to stop you, right? Processing all that simulation data makes the greenhouse lights flicker. You might get in trouble for that later. What do you care? You're doing science! Concurrence chews on the results for, well, less time than it would have taken you, but still an appreciable amount of time for her, a supercomputer. Selene, have you been feeling not yourself lately? As if your thoughts and reactions are more dramatic? Or even more so than usual? Well, now that you think about it... Obviously, we test for toxicity before we clear negative pions for consumption, Concurrence continues, but there are limitations. For example, accounting for the hormonal fluctuations for people undergoing puberty, Concurrence explains that there seems to be a chemical in pixie beans that hyperbonds to estrogen and testosterone, and that a combination of less molecules activates receptors in your brain way more than just the hormones alone. The chemical will build up over a few weeks at first, then it's going to hit a flashpoint and... you look at the beans you've been munching all afternoon and all week. Uh-oh. You call your dad in to take a look over your findings. There's no way there's... He mutters as he scrolls hollow palm and sauce. Well, I'll be Gemini. How are you feeling, Selene? You look over from where you've been bouncing a simple sample beaker on your forehead. The beaker slides off you and bounces it off your knee a few times before catching it. Then you burst out laughing for no reason at all. Your dad blinks at you. Well, that answers my question. We gotta stop eating those beans right now. Your dad looks distraught. Lulu was right, he says, collapsing on a nearby chair and rubbing his eyes. She didn't trust these things. Shit. She's gonna be pissed we don't have another successful food source. You look at him in shock. You hardly even see her swear. It must be worse than you think. What is this? Oh. Hormones have ended. Your dad sits there in silence for a long time. Cool. Going through this has changed the story. Just need to get 21. One card becomes... This should do it, no problem. Unfortunately, that means we didn't scan another sample. We just ruined our colony's food supply by solving that we shouldn't be eating it. So, off to the next sample. Hey, Squirt, your mom calls out to you. Don't you think it's time you started thinking about what you're going to do when you're older? You look at her confusion. Isn't she always telling you to stay in school? She chuckles. You gotta think about it sometime, kid. How about you come join your folks on the farm, if you think you're up for it? I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready. Technically, I'm ready. Apparently a biology thing. Suppose we can give it a shot. Your mom claps you on the back. Ooh, she's just as strong as she looks. Great, she says. Come see me in geoponics when you're ready to start. I promise it'll be more fun than wheeling dirt around. I promise. And here we are, the glow. Again, I have not played any run past where we've gone, but so far, the glow has always resulted in something terrible happening, an attack. So there's reason to assume something bad will happen again. And going through the recap, last time they seemed to be attacking here. Nope, I've never played this before. This is still my first playthrough. I am doing narration, never having played the game. Everything I'm coming across is first time. So, I could go study in the school, but if things get attacked, last time they were focused here, and darn it, I still have samples, arguably. Let's try here one more time, and see if we can't just be where all the action is at the get-go. The geoponics domes are a comforting beacon of light during glow. While everything else is throwing off an unsettling alien light, the domes are stable, dependable, human. You like spending time in them, tending to the seedlings that will be transplanted into the fields in the pollen. Just not triggering any story. Seems like the big story here was the whole, we need to stop eating the beans. Circle. But it's all good. We keep building up biology. Keep actually building up organization for once. Stress is getting up there, but another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's gonna be another attack this year, so the colony is on high alert. Yay, learning from past things. Oh, there's the warning siren. You're collecting glowflies in geoponic gardens with Cal and Panaman, eh? When the sirens begin to wail, y'all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. I'm gonna go rush off to it like usual. Your parents run off to help defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. It's been 4 years, Mom and Dad. You know I'm not gonna listen. Panaman declares she's going to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. She knows a good spot. Get inside and stay quiet, watch from the walls, help defend the gates. Obviously. You scramble down from the walls and are immediately faced with the seething wall of Hop-Eyes. You kind of thought there were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. And not just Hop-Eyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you see large creatures that look like walking bushes. These wild centipede-looking things with long spider legs, at least one giant eye, many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into frenzy, checking everything in sight and trying to get through the walls. It's dark and chaotic. Calm sees you in the fray. Selene, he shouts, get to safety. You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea. But then you look up and see Animate shouting encouragement from up the wall. Aw, I can't actually fight. Well, tactically. I can fight bravely, or I can run away. Despite being a lab rat, I cannot run from a fight. Must defend people. Making up for guts with what you lack in sense or skill, you charge in without a plan, or a real weapon. This can't go that badly, right? You are immediately rammed into the side by what looks like a living pile of rocks. And you go down. You see the sky, then dirt, then sky again as you're tossed through the air before you land into a heap at the base of the wall. Though the ringing in your ears, you can hear Animati screaming for help. I might be in the medbay for a while. You stumble to your feet, body vibrating with adrenaline. You can feel blood trickling over your face, and it hurts like someone's been stabbing you in the chest when you breathe. Tom runs over to you and sends bolts of energy cursing from his stun gloves to the creature, but being mostly comprised of rock, it seems unfazed. It does, however, swing its head to look at him, giving you a chance to flee. Says it's impossible. I wonder if we could die. I'm gonna go with we can probably die. It's telling me this challenge is impossible. Maybe the lab rat should learn and run away. Com's right. This is no place for a kid. You take your chance to flee where Anamane is rushing to take you to medbay. You definitely need some time to recover from your injuries, but you're able to return home later that night. Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. I'm telling you, it wasn't a flute, your mom says. They're not just wild animals. They have a plan. The fields, the lights. Okay, your dad replies, taking your hands across the table. We have to tell people what we saw in geoponics. They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to smile. Hey, Rutabaga. He then sees that you're limping, still a little loopy from the medbay. Selene, what happened to you? Are you hurt? What happened to the fields? 'Twas only a flesh wound. Oh yeah, I got totally messed up. Yeah, let's not worry about us. Let's ask about the fields. Your mom stands up. Don't worry about that, she snaps. Get to bed, it's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up. Really quiet. Start at age 14. Oh, Tangent looks like she shaved her head. All the characters changed some. Tangent looks up from her hollow poem, blinking as her eyes refocus the middle distance and then on you. Her previously long hair is gone, buzzed close to her scalp. You almost didn't recognize her when you first saw her. You wonder if this was caused by a lab accident or something. Hello, Selene, she says, already cagey. Did you need something? No, I just came by to say hello. Hair! I mean, what's up with your hair? I don't think we're going to be subtle about this. Let's just straight up ask. Tange shrugs. It's too hot here, she says dismissively. If a solution hasn't seemed fit to solve the problem, then adaptive behaviors should have to do. Don't have the empathy for the real story. I like it. I'm into women with short hair. You look like the backside of Popeye. Do we flirt with Tange? By far the highest relationship we have. Though she doesn't care for flirting and whatnot. I think for now, just stick with a simple, I like it. She shrugs again. Would you like to add me to the tally of people who have an opinion about my personal appearance? It's quite riveting if you're into that sort of thing. Tange turns back some reports. It's not about looking good, she says. This is more efficient. And Amane grabs you by the shoulders. Selene, you gotta help me, she says urgently. Mom keeps talking about how we're all gonna have to start having babies when she gets this look about her. I don't wanna have any skungy babies. Amane shudders with her whole body. Why do I gotta be in a girl body anyway? I'm tougher and stronger than lots of boys. No one's telling them they gotta have babies. Don't have anything for it, but we're gonna go around and talk to everyone to look at their new models. This is looking curiously... There's curiously studying a small, bleached white animal skull. Look at this, he says, and holds it up to you. There's mushrooms growing in this one. I didn't know that fungus could grow on bone. It's kind of like everything on this planet was designed to work together. He throws the skull back in the wilderness. Well, except us. Kyle trundles by you with an empty wheelbarrow. Hey, Selene, he calls out. Get in. We're going planting. Hey, I can do something new. I've got enough biology for that. So we will hear a fun nature fact. He recently overheard the children learning how to count by studying Popeyes. Popeyes have 1 foot and 2 tail forks and 3 stomachs and 4 eyes. And if you see 5 of them together, that's lucky, Cal laughs, finishing the mnemonic with you. Wait, how did they find out that Popeyes have 3 stomachs? Don't want to know. Do you go to engineering much? Mars asks. I tried to talk to Tangent because she never wants to just hang out anymore. Not since she got started working on that big project. Mars snaps her gun. You know about that, right? Or am I just special? Tammy is helping one of the children learn to read on the holopalm. 30 stars in the sky, shine bright at night. Wonderful. You're doing great. She looks up at you and smiles. Hello, do you need something? Believe that's all the new models we can check out right now. I think that's pretty much everyone. So we will go back to studying nothing because we're too stressed out to study anything. We're going to go take a nap instead. He spends several hours a day obsessively checking the local holonet for updates. With so few people in the colony, social media can be very dead. Feels like you're talking to yourself sometimes. You try to start a few conversations, but most people are busy at work or school. It's your birthday! You, wake from a night of blissful, peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. There are always things changing on Vertuma. But you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself too. Not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Yeah, the stress just carries over. The only time I think we lose any is during the festival and certain other special events. Beyond that, we just gotta rest every so often. Your parents have been working around the clock since the last attack, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Spark snow has already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. I ask you to ping them when you're awake so they can share a birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. Fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. After a minute, there's a knock on the door. It's Auntie Seaton. She swoops into your room in a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits beside you on your bunk. Oh, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all of the kids still call her Auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smells as comforting as it ever was. Okay, enough with the mushy stuff. Thanks, Auntie Seaton. I don't want to grow up. Our deck is mostly blue cards, so we're just going to go tactical here and go, okay, enough with the mushy stuff. She laughs and releases your hand. Well then, and I never did learn how to not pronounce this pronoun used for non-binary people properly. Maturity, how about you call me Aunt Anne from now on, like the others do? Now, come on in here, Aunt Anne says, spreading her arms wide. Give me a great big hug. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over her shoulder, you see Anamane standing in the doorway. Well, her hair anyway. She's been growing it out. There's no hiding it behind a corner. She steps into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing on your bunk. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me. For a few months. Thanks. I thought you were on your way to medbay, Anne tells her. And Anamane shrugs. Anne turns to you. Annie is supposed to get her menstruation cessation implant today, she says. Mom, Anamane hires. gross. Selene doesn't want to hear about my period. Anne smiles fondly at her daughter. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Annie. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life. It's a sign you're growing up and becoming an adult. And ready to take on the responsibility of taking care of that life. Anna wrinkles her nose and throws herself on your bed. I'm never making life. Ew. Pass. Eek, Grossaruni. What's the matter, scared? Maybe one of the two of us could. Definitely not close enough in this thing, and still feel weird at this age to be flirting like that. So, eek, Grossaruni. Right? And Amanda agrees. She's always like this. You made me think it's bad. When I get my period, she made me cake with red gooey center and said, welcome to womanhood. She rolls her eyes. It's bad enough. Like, shot up overnight and got boobs and want to cry all the time. She has to go around telling everyone, too. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh, look, birthday visitors, your dad exclaims. Anne, are you staying for breakfast? Anne reaches into her bag and brings out a staff of tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from the kitchens, seeing as I'm stopping by. She pats your hand one more time. Happy birthday again, Selene. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Your mom shakes her head as Anne and Melanie leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs, sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast. But I don't know how the colony would manage without her in the children's creche. She says, and points a fork at you. Family is more than the people who birthed you, Selene, and don't you forget it. I fully agree with that sentiment. My family are definitely my close friends. Guessing I have people to talk to. At the very least, Tammy's gonna give me another cake, I'm guessing. I will be surprised if that's not the case. Let's find out. Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better than the world than sight your face. Happy birthday, Selene, she exclaims. She comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving you a great big squeeze. Here, I got you this. She steps back and reaches into her one of many deep pockets in her dress, producing a little paper box. I made you this, she laughs, opening it and reveals a snack-sized cake. Oh look, a cake. It's only a soy cake, but a soy cake made just for you. You take a bite. Okay, it tastes just like a regular soy cake too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you. You eat the cake, look delighted in satisfaction. You can share it if you want. She hints smiling sweetly. If that would make you happy, I will offer to share it, and Tammy will have her own. It's the yearly ritual. Tammy laughs. I was kidding. I made my own, silly Billy, she says, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. And we'll try one here to see if rebuilding the fields unlocked more story here. And then we'll go back to the labs. Earth plants use chlorophyll for photosynthesis, which makes them green. There's no green plant life on Vertuma except for the stuff you brought with you. Vertuman plants must use something different, like Sisovin or Perchinoid. Don't know those ones. You're not entirely sure of the precise chemistry, but it's got to be something. Need to equal 28. What happens if I just do this? That's way too much. I just do this? That's slightly too much. That works. And back to the life sciences. Today in class, you're studying genetic enhancements. Nearly everyone in class has one, chosen for them by their parents before they were born. Ours was a big brain, if I recall right, just the ability to learn faster. Our gene tech is capable of making the most delicate adjustments to the embryo's genetic code, Instant says proudly. It doesn't take much to change not only our destiny, but that of the human race itself. She smiles a little at Tan, who smiles back. Looking around the class, you see an incredible array of genetic modifications, animal features, enhanced accessory organs, and the like. There's so much more that you can't see. Instant gestures around the room. You might not even be aware of some of the genetic modifications of your friends. If you have an invisible modification, feel free to share it with the class. Most kids share their genetic enhancements if they have them. Temperature doesn't bother me, Cal answers when it's his turn. I'm never too hot or cold, I'm always just right. Someone jokes that Cal doesn't sweat. That explains why he smells like flowers and sunshine all the time. Tange keeps quiet and skips her turn to share. Let's just go, it's okay to have secrets, Tange. You're sitting close enough to Tange that it's easy to lean over and tell her she doesn't have to be ashamed. She rolls her eyes. I don't care who knows, she scoffs. I just don't want to make anyone else jealous. I sleep past as much as a regular person. It's unbelievable how much of their lives people waste being unconscious. Sad release. So what do you do with those extra hours, or that's so cool? This one's technically a flirting one, but this one at least seems not appearance related. So, sure, we can go for the slight flirt this time. We do have 73 friendship with Tange, so this is probably fine. Tange shrugs, study mostly, and snack. I eat approximately 50 more than someone who sleeps all night. You're not sure if she noticed you were flirting or not. Science fair champion. Got no gems. This goes like that. That will be a victory for that. Oh, all the way up to the second biology perk already. More collectibles. Collectibles respawn faster and more slots are filled. Ange wants to talk to us. Dad wants to talk to us. So let's start with Dad. You can hear your dad sneeze all the way from engineering. It's explosive, like he's trying to scare away the predators. He's wiping his nose as you approach on a handkerchief blotted with shimmering pink. Lately, he's also surrounded by fine dusting of pink pollen that clings to him wherever he goes. You keep brushing the glitter off things as you're in your quarters. He gives you a big hug, then brushes pollen off your shoulder, laughing self-consciously. You haven't heard him laugh much lately. He's been working hard to try and improve the colony's food supply. He's showing a side of malnourishment, too. Though your mom's worse, you're worried for both of them. Your dad's skin is kind of shiny in patches. He sees you starting to rub his hands over his arms. Sparkling dust poofs off of him in clouds, stimulating in the light. Oh yeah, that's a new symptom. Seems harmless, though. See, insist or wear a mask. Dad's not gonna stay inside and won't things. Just send him to instance, perhaps. New symptoms are probably not a great thing. Your dad waves you off. I will, he says. She's as busy as we are these days, though. There's no sense in bothering him. He flexes. He's pretty strong, though. He's got nothing on your mom. I'm doing fine, really. Your dad sniffles. Gosh, I feel like someone stuffed a whole Watoto pot up my nose, he says. Like I could just poke a stick up there and pop, fresh Watoto goes. Ugh, Dad, gross. He just grins. What? It's true. He follows his gaze in the fields and lands outside the gate. I wonder if the foragers could use an extra hand, he muses and all. Yeah, maybe I'll join them out there tomorrow. Neither of your parents are taking proper care of themselves. They're so stressed out from the poor harvest and low food supplies. They try not to let you see it, but you can tell. Maybe your dad's right. A little seasonal illness is nothing compared to the dangers of running out of food. You spot Tangent leaning against the wall outside of engineering.
She's yawning, rubbing her eyes, and staring off to space. She startles as you walk up. Oh, Selene, I was just taking a short break. Tired yawns are infectious. Join in and yawn too. Sure, infectious yawns are fun. Did you stay up all night too? She asks. I don't even remember when the last slept. It might have been a few days ago. You haven't slept in 2 days? More like 3, she replies, then pauses for another jaw-cracking yawn. As I said, I'm tired. Even my enhanced bodies has limitations. You look at her quizzically. I don't just need to sleep as much as other people. It's a genetic... what's it? She says foggily. You know, a DNA enhancement. I guess sometimes even I forget to do it. I should set myself a reminder. Polo, add to schedule. Sleeping nightly. 2300 for 3 hours. Her holopon emits a tone of response. Tangent replies sleepily. That should do it, she murmurs. Her eyes are practically closed. Find her someplace to take a nap. Get her an energy, leave her be. Let's get her a place to take a nap. Tange follows you obediently in engineering wing, too tired to protest. You slip into medbay and grab a blanket and peel off the shelf. By the time you return, Tange, already fallen asleep, curled up in an egg chair waiting in the area. You gently place a blanket over her, and she hums happily before going slack with much-needed sleep. Nope, need reasoning 80, and we only have 70. So, could try the lab a bit more, but food supplies are sounding like they're bad, so maybe, just maybe, should try this whole working on the farm thing for a little bit to see if we can't help with the food. As my gut says, it's gonna be bad if we run out of food. So I think maybe we should switch to helping with that for a little bit. So let's try work on the farm. It's a proud day for your mom. You're finally following in her footsteps. She meets you at the gate to the gardens. Hello, Sprout, she says, sounding chipper. Come on, we got a lot to cover before you'll be able to keep up with the rest of us. Finally, some real farming. Your mom shows you around the fields and the geoponics domes. We'll mostly be working the fields, with the hardier earth crops like the potatoes and the corn, as well as the native plants we managed to cultivate. Wow, there are some native crops mixed in with the earth ones. Incredible. You spend the rest of the day pulling weeds and watering plants. You're dirty up to your waist by the time you're finished, but it's good, honest work. You're proud to be able to do something that helps the colony. Cal gives you a high five and invites you for a cool drink in the cafeteria. All other agriculturists join you. Of all the places in the colony you've worked, geoponics is the most like a family. Maybe because they've always been your family, thanks to your mom and dad. You're at lunch with your parents. Sliced soy cakes and watery broth again. Great. When they put down their cutlery and look at each other, then you. Selene, your mom says, there's something we should tell you. We've tried to shelter you from some things, but we think you should know why we've been working so hard in geoponics. There's a meeting after lunch, and I would want you to come with us. Okay. You follow your parents to the council room. Mars has also been tagged along, and you take a seat near them as your mom and Aunt Anne stand to address the council. After Eckhart officially calls the meeting, she gestures to your mom. I'm not going to mince words, your mom says firmly. All our efforts to increase food production in geoponics have failed, especially given the failure of the pixie beans. The destruction of the fields during the last attack put the nail in our coffin. By the end of the year, the colony will run out of food. Oh hey, my instincts were correct. The rest of the council murmurs in concern. You and Mars exchange horrified looks. You've been doomsaying about our food supply for 2 years, Lulu. Rhett questions. Do you mean to say we're past the point of no return?
Your mother nods grimly. I'm afraid so. Even with rationing, without securing a bitumen food source for our supplies, we will run out by wet season. She gestures to Anne, whose face is grave. And I have gone over the supplies and come up with food plans. We've crunched the numbers. Your mom sighs and spreads her hands. I'm sorry. Geoponics should have been producing better by now. We should have been able to wean ourselves off soy rations. During wormhole transit, when we lost hydroponics in the hull breach, she sighs again. I know I've said it many times, but our crops just don't grow here. We needed those algae tanks. We needed microbial soil from Earth. Why weren't we told ours? It's not Mom's fault. Let's go with why weren't we told earlier? Yeah, Mars agrees. Why weren't we told? We have a right to know. We live here too. She stands up and slams her head on the table. We've been here for 4 years and we could have been helping this whole time. All you did was have meetings about it. The council looks at Mars with surprise and then contempt. Eckhart chuckles weakly. Imagine being carried for so long and being upset that your feet could not be cut by the rocks. She waves one shaking hand. Seeing the future is a privilege of the youth. Thank goodness we have them to point out our flaws. Mars sits back down again, confused by Atticot's words, but fuming at her dismissive tone. So what do we do now, Instance asks. Starving to death isn't an option. No, it isn't, your mom replies. We need to secure a food source this year, before our rations run out. We're working devil shifts in geoponics, but it's not enough. We need more people planting, tending, turning the soil. We need more hands. I can pull back surveyors and focus on forging native plants, Utopia offers. Even the young folks can help if they've proven themselves around the survey equipment. I'll send out hollow message later. Unlock Forge in the Valley of Expeditions. There's been a burden in geoponics for too long, Edgar says. It's time we step up for our future. Council nods in agreement. Your stomach rumbles ominously. See if there's anyone to talk to, but... well, we could go out forging. The biology and engineering in us says we're probably more useful in here. The mood in geoponics is tense. Everyone is working themselves to the point of exhaustion trying to get enough plants in the ground to survive this year. Work the farm! Someone broke into the gardens last night and stole some green tomatoes. What a waste. Not only were they probably too bitter to eat, but now you don't have the seeds to replant. Your mom is furious. This sucks. Your mom calls everyone for an all-hands-on meeting. She looks grim as she surveys the group. Alright, farmers, listen up. Based on my projections, geoponics should have been producing 70% of the colony's food by the end of our 3rd year. The rest was to be provided by stored rations and hydroponic algae greenhouse aboard the Stratospheric. The agriculturists all nod. Everyone knows this is where this is going. Because we lost so much of our hydroponic equipment in the wormhole incident, as well as 90% of our soil and bacteria cultures, we are nowhere near the production we need to be at. We also had hoped to have domesticated at least one native crop, but as we found from the pixie beans last year, we have some more work to do with that front. On that front. She looks at every one of you in the eyes. You are my people, my family. I'm not going to sugarcoat this for you. The colony is going to fail if we don't get a handle on agricultural production. People will die. You feel a pit in your stomach, and it's not just from hunger. You can't imagine someone as strong as your mother just wasting away. Your pulls up a hollow screen outlining work plans for the season. You feel your own palm pulse as you receive a copy. There's so much life here on this planet, your mother says, but it seems to fight us at every turn. I set soil chemistry analysts to your palms courtesy of geranium. The soil needs to be conditioned extensively to support earth crops. We need to cultivate more Verternium crops in a partnership with the foragers. We need to salvage what we can from hydroponics and get that up and running by the end of the year. Your mother would never stoop to being beaten, but you can see the lines of fatigue around her eyes. It'll take a superhuman amount of work to turn this around, but it is still possible, she says. You are the people who will save this colony. I believe in us and the miracles we can perform here. Thank you for being here to do the work. Now let's get out there.
This is starting to sound bleak. +1 kutos if it equals goal. Nope. That'll do it. Do we have anyone to talk to? Nope. Guess continue to work the farm for now. Can also research from time to time. So maybe there'll be a nice little breakthrough. That would help too. Because we kind of triggered all this with finding out the pixie beans weren't good, but if we hadn't, there might have been, you know, a problem with people fighting each other through hormonal issues. Your mom was really counting on the rice crops to flourish on Vertuma, but no luck. The soil just isn't right. It hurts to have lost such a staple crop. You find your mom almost collapsed over a sack of soil, her head in her hands. When she hears you, her head snaps up and she wipes her eyes. Try to leave quietly before she realizes you saw her cry. Your dad is a total nerd when it comes to crunching statistics about the colony food production. For him, you learn that the average person eats approximately 200 kilograms of dry rations every year. That works out to about 2,000 calories a day. There are about 100 colonists to feed, at 2,000 calories per day, so in a year you need to produce about... well, no matter how many times you think it over, the math is grim. Even with all your hard work, geoponics is producing far less than the colony needs to survive. It all feels so hopeless. Knowing that all your hard work still hasn't been enough, well, it breaks something in you. Hunger and desperation boiling over in your stomach as you work. Like bitter acid, you're working so hard and you're still starving. You deserve to eat. You need to eat. If you don't eat, you're not going to be able to work as hard as you need to. So, when it's just you and a wheelbarrow of anemic-looking carrots, what do? Nope. We will not steal. We do not cheat. We do not steal. It takes a short amount of willpower, but you get all the carrots weighed and delivered to the kitchens. This food is for everyone. It's not a lot of food for 100 people, but at least you'll all starve together. The goal is not to starve, but if we're gonna starve, we're gonna starve together. Also, I get the reference to the video game. I really do need to play that at some point. I have Tange to talk to. You spot Tange sitting on a large boulder outside the lab. She's eating a pressed soy bar ration with determination, alternating bites with huge gulps of water to wash it down and act as quickly as possible. What are you doing out here? She stops her grim work long enough to acknowledge your question. I hit the limit on the number of consecutive hours that allow me to work in the lab, she says. So I'm taking a break, she says, mocking air quotes in the sentence. Maybe they're right. How dare they? Tange doesn't need most breaks, so how dare they? That's what I said, Tange replies. They think they can boss me around just because I'm younger. She scoffs. I'm smarter than any two of them combined. Ugh. Tange groans and rubs her bloodshot eyes. I just want to work, you know? It's so frustrating to be deep in the zone. Feeling like I'm just on the precipice of discovery, and some tells me that apparently my genius is taking too long. Why don't treat me like I belong there, the way Dr. Instance does, Tange mutters. She actually respects me. They're just jealous that she likes me more. Tange slides off the boulder. You see the color bleed from her face as she stumbles into you, nearly crumpling to the ground. Oh, she grits out, leaning over while the dizziness passed. I thought the nutritional uptake of the bar would be quicker than a real meal, especially after taking into account the time required to walk to the cafeteria. She trails off, realizing she's clutching your jacket, and pushes you away. My apologies, she says, brushing herself off. I am, regrettably it seems, only human. Tange scrubs her hands over her face. Ugh. Sometimes it feels like I'm a prisoner in my own body. Like I can feel myself trapped in it. This stinking, sweating bag of meat and bad impulses. Stuck with the burden of keeping it alive every day for the rest of her life, and her voice breaks. Tange, why are you crying? Say nothing. Let's go with the crying. Tange scowls and wipes her eyes angrily. Reflexive lacrimatation is an evolutionary response to emotional and physical stress, she snaps. In other words, no, I'm not crying. It's just this resentment for my physical form. It reminds me of when I was little. An instance used genotech to give me this body, the right body. Only this body's wrong too, she adds quietly. It's right in a lot of ways, but it's still imperfect. It's still human. If I were AI, everything would be more simple. I could just do my work. I could just do what I'm good at. No messy biological functions, no emotions, just clear and beautiful purpose. I hate this. I hate feeling like this. Flirt options with Tange have been terrible so far. Because when someone goes ranting about how they hate their body, the right answer is not, I think you're beautiful the way you are. That is not empathetic or proper. That is a crap take. The correct answer right now is, I'm always here to listen. So that is what we will be going for. Tangent manages a watery smile as she wipes her eyes. Thanks, she says. I apologize for being all wet on you. It won't happen again. She wipes her eyes and straightens her jacket, and then takes a deep breath and holds it for 10 seconds. Her eyes close. By the time she opens them again, she looks ready to go back to work as if nothing happened. You admire Tangent's determination, but sometimes you think it might come at a price. Back to working the fields. Well, actually, I think we're going to try a little gambling this time. This one keeps talking about how the soil's not good enough. This one analyzes stuff. Our biology is high. We already started this train by figuring out something our dad overlooked. Maybe, just maybe, we will be able to analyze the soil and figure out something if we choose the other option. So let's give this a try. You and your dad are hard at work in the geoponics lab trying to figure out ways to squeeze out more nutrition out of what you can grow here. It's a long-term solution, but everyone is starving now. Can't help you feel more helpful out in the fields. Oh, the game's outright telling me go back to the fields. $26. It's time for Marchmalia, the yearly midsummer celebration, where the colony gives thanks for good fortune. Haha. Well, it would be, but as you file in the main square, you can't help but notice that the feast table is nearly empty. But Anne lacked in resources she made up with care. The dishes are lovingly plated. Soy cakes glisten, steam rises from the buns stuffed with mince. And there are great pitchers of vegetable broth rendered out from even the most inedible food scraps. There's a neat stack of sugar cubes for dessert. Whole sugar, what a luxury. It's an underwhelming feast, but that will be the highlight. Governor Adicott's welcoming speech this year is short. Her frail body trembles as she welcomes you all to Bertumia with a dry, whispery voice that has to be helped off stage. Like all of you, she's been feeling the effects of the famine. Everyone clears way to the chairs for the annual competition. Which one do you want to participate in this year? We're gonna win the science fair again! Tange has reworked her project from last year. You remember it, something terribly complicated about cell differentiation in Bertumian species. Plant, animal, and fungus alike.
She melted down when the doctor insist pressed her on something. This year, she's all business, back and better than ever. She has not only corrected her error, but added a ton more complexity and depth to her analysis. Instance listens intently, and congratulations on her marvelous comeback. For her project, Tammy explains that the science of baking and how the humidity here affects making bread. It's bad science. She doesn't actually explain how, just that it does, but it involves free samples for the judges. Everyone is hungry, so this goes over well. As she explains her creative substitutions given the famine, it's clear she was doing some science, just not what she said she was doing. With marks for the scientific process. And we're up next. What is the most we can do here? Does this work? It does. 25 points for 3 cards is pretty solid. That will work. And just throwing a bunch of high blue cards here should crush this. You've been studying the yearly attacks. They only happen during the glow, but why? You've been graphing and analyzing surveyor data on the animals, and discovered that the attacks don't correlate with natural behavior or migration patterns. You thought at first that the wormhole might agitate them. It does put off low-frequency waves during glow that haven't yet been fully studied. So a year ago, you started monitoring the waves, and you realized that there are actually 2 waveforms, one from the wormhole and a weaker one based somewhere from the planet. During glow, when the vibrations from the wormhole are present, it seems to activate something on the planet's frequency, making it stronger and more complex. These frequencies run right through the colony like targeted beams, drawing animal migrations closer. It's almost as if something is summoning the animals. The judges are amazed. This is a huge breakthrough, and it all happened just because you wanted to win a science fair. You have a lot of work to do to be able to use this theory for forecasting the next attack, but Red is excited to study this further. You win the science fair, hands down. After the festivities, the whole colony takes a few days off for a break. Well, except for geoponics, and the foragers, and the kitchens, and everyone that uses the break from the usual work to help out in the places that didn't close. Okay, it's not really a break. You at least try to take it easy anyway. So we have a Cal to talk to, and then back to helping get food for the colony. You catch Cal at the gate in the gardens. He's carrying a big bucket of rocks. Hi, Selene, he exclaims. Oh, I'm supposed to tell you that there's a new park under geoponics now. We can run all around all we want, and nobody will say we're trampling the fields. You should come play there sometime. Relax in the park. Do I have enough? Can do another fun nature fact. Just got more. Oh, this seems new too. We spot Tammy with Cal in the garden. She presents him with a carefully wrapped tiffin for lunch. We watch them stare at each other awkwardly without speaking for a few seconds. Eventually, Tammy blushes and scurries away. Cal walks towards you, blinking surprise when he sees you. Oh, hey, Selene, he says, carefully, clearly not knowing if he's supposed to be hiding the tiffin or precious food in it. It's not stolen, he says, clutching it in his hand. Tammy always makes sure everyone gets what they need is all. You tell him about the time Tan brought this skunk bug for you to show and tell him biology. And he got scared and made the worst, smelliest, grossest stink he ever smelled. And everyone thought Tan should farted. Professor Hell had to clear out the whole room, and it took weeks to get the smell out of the beanbags, and it was so gross. It's also kind of neat how such a tiny bug can make the whole room of kids run away. Cal laughs. I remember that, Celine. Except the way I heard it, it wasn't Tench, it was you. And back to working on the farm. Your mom was working the fields when you arrive. She works the fields when you leave. Every day she works the longest and the hardest. You know her mom is strong, but not that strong. It worries you to see her growing more gaunt and pale as the famine stretches on. Even your dad pitches in to help the fields. He's not analyzing the plants to see if there's any way to make them better suited for human soil. He always has a joke to spare, or a friendly word. It's nice to have him around even in these conditions. This sucks. You hear an uproar from the other side of the fields and run over, worried that there's been an accident. Unbelievably, people are cheering. Your mom proudly holds a potato plant over her head in one hand, her biceps straining under the weight of the tubers and clumpy brown soil. You count 3, 5, 7. 7 perfect mature potatoes on just this one plant, stretching all the way around you in the field, the leafy green tops of the other plants waving in the breeze. You look around at the other agriculturists. Some of them have tears of relief in their eyes, and everyone is smiling and laughing. We might have had a breakthrough. Anyone to talk to? No one has dots. So just more farming. You're so happy when you see the new green shoots poking out from the ground. Makes it that much worse when you return the next day and find them withered and dry. What's wrong with this planet? That's it. You can't work anymore. You lie down in the middle of barren field and stare at the sky. In Earth Hollow vids, you expect to see vultures circling overhead. But it's just the twin sons of Vertuma, beating down on you mercilessly. After a few minutes of sulking, you get back to work. This sucks. You work yourself to the point of exhaustion every day, but you don't even know if you're doing any good out here anymore. Hello, Stella. Yep. It's my first time going through Exocolonist. Well, second stream of it, but I've never played through the game before, so just going through it and narrating it as I do. Though I'm already looking forward to my second playthrough and seeing how much has changed, or will change with the second playthrough. Yep, at the famine part. Trying to stop the famine. Run around. And hello, Zenith, as well. Don't see anyone to talk to, so... Oh, log. Plan is to just continue fogging for now, or farming for now, hoping that helps the famine in some way. Because I don't know what else to do. You overhear Chief Seward Ann begging your mom to give her extra rations for the children in the creche. It's hard to hear your mom turn her away, but what choice does she have? As head of the kitchens, Chief Seward Ann stops by often to get a sense of how thin she has to stretch the meals this week. Every time, she leaves a little bit older and more fatigued. It's so discouraging to work the fields day after day, and you almost have nothing to show for it. You truly feel helpless. This sucks. You work yourself to the point of exhaustion every day, but you don't even know if you're doing any good here anymore. Huh. Message again, I'm getting new story. It does seem to be probably telling me I should do something else. Let's try this. It's good enough. I can enhance my DNA and engineering, huh? The extra biology now. My biology seems to be maxed. Notice boards are good. Let's see. We are in starvation. Suppose we will just try foraging. Not sure how much foraging will help, but it can't hurt. Utopia greets you warmly as you muster your first expedition with the foraging team. Selene, I'm glad you can make it. We need everyone we can to gather supplies now, boosting our food supplies. I'm ready to sniff out those tasties. Good luck hunting out there, she says, handing you an oversized backpack, more like a basket than a pack. Use your holopalm to identify edible and medicinal plants, and just throw them in here. I'll sort them back at the base camp. Oh, and keep on the lookout for creatures. It's pretty peaceful out here in the valley, but even a little bug will get you if you're not careful. Go slow, pay attention to your surroundings. If you're unsure about something, don't approach it. Stay on the path, and don't get lost. We don't call it the Valley of Vertigo for nothing. Any questions? Will Dis be doing this this time? What sort of things should I collect? Is it dangerous out there? What's Fine Lady doing in a... Nah, we're good. You're about to leave when Utopia snaps her fingers. Hold up, Selene. We're also investigating some species we might domesticate. Those we'll want to tag and capture. Ideally, we're looking for herbivorous creatures that already live in herds, and either produce something edible or reproduce quickly enough that we can slaughter them for meat. See anything that fits that bill, tag them and bring them back. A little gazebo set up waiting area for automated transporters to trundle back and forth between here and the colony. A sign reads, Autobus Depot, Valley of Vertigo. Attention, air filters mandatory in this zone. Fruit is abundant, but please identify species before harvesting, as some species may object violently. Xenofauna may behave more aggressively in this area. Always approach cautions with cautions. Keep exploring. We are just gonna explore and hope this finds stuff of interest. I gotta check this out. Yes. We have not gone outside too much. I have been an absolute study bug. As my the stats probably show. You decided to take a shortcut through the jungle path to where you were sure was just ahead, and now you're lost. Everything looks the same here. The plants are too high to see any landmarks, and you swear some of them move around when you aren't looking. You try to check your positioning with your holopalm, but the damn thing isn't working. You won't connect to long-range communications either. Typical. Utopia did warn you the comms were flaky out here. You think you can tell north from the position of two suns, but that's it. I do not have the perception for that, so just start walking. You bumble into a web of something. It's not big enough to trap you, but judging from a number of bug carcasses, you pull out your hair. It works pretty well before you destroyed it. Oh. I have not paid too much attention to Utopia. I've talked to her 3 times, I think, now? It is amusing. I'll have to pay more attention to her hands, or feet, if I ever look at that. It doesn't surprise me that she's kind of a predator type. She does seem like she's nimble and quick. I was heading northish, but then going eastish, so why don't we go east? Ground here is marshy and hard to tell from the thick coating of pollen on everything. When you step forward, you sink into your ankles in wet pink muck. Gross. South. Pollen is so thick here, you have to stop and clog your face back. Still no sign of the path, though. West. Forest goes quite a bit blunder through. You get the sense you're not supposed to be here, like at all. North. And north. You think you can see a path through the trees, but it's just a little small brook. You follow it for a while, but it just disappears between the roots of the tree. Everything looks the same here. Pink, shimmering, beautiful, unbarkable. I should pay more attention to what I'm doing instead of doing this randomly. This is the first one. Possible, every mush tree looks the same. You tie your scarf around one, hoping it'll at least give you one landmark. Looks like an animal path here, hoping it'll eventually cross ones made by expeditions. It does not. Everything looks the same here. Pink, shimmering, beautiful, and exactly marvelous. Nope. I think you recognize this mush tree. Maybe it's too hard to tell. There we go. In frustration, you bang your hollow palm against, well, your other palm. Essentially, you're clapping alone in the wilderness like a fool. Seems to do the trick, though. Hollow palm registers a signal from base camp and brings up a map of compass. At least you're out of here. Staring at all this jungle has made you a little more perceptive to subtle difference. Maybe next time you won't get so lost. You come across not just one rickery, but a whole swarm of them, mostly just baby ones about the size of your head. They're all amassed around a massive tree, scurrying up and down the trunk. When you can see the tree itself onto the swarm, you notice it's the same pale pink as the baby rickery. Its tentacle-like roots meander a large distance before plunging into the ground. When the rickery see you approach, they get agitated, and they look hungry. Definitely hungry. Like dozens of hungry, grapefruit-sized pink fury spiders. The stuff of nightmares. Yeah, we can dig them. This is not going to be a pretty round. Okay, so this one. Let's throw that one in. Will help slightly, but can probably get 30 in the last round. And completed. Well, that wasn't so hard. You smack a couple of them on the ground, the rest scuttle up the burrows to hide there. You puff your chest out and bravely walk on. Oh. No spider meat for us? Absolutely enormous tree forms part of the path here. Its roots cut natural stairs in the path, and its magnificent canopy of large, flat leaves completely blocks out the sky. They arch overhead, almost to the ground on the other side. Walking under it's like going through a tunnel. And the tunnel is a dark and gloomy, unseasonably cool and filled with whispering leaves. You get the sense that something is aware of your presence. Why don't we do the thing that requires some sort of skill? That's usually a fun way to go. You climb up onto one of the big fat flat leaves, surprised that they can actually support your weight. Neat! Get up high enough out of the fog to see the whole area. It's very pretty, but nothing else happens. Stress is getting up there. Not managed to find anything, so one more of these. You come across a veritable feast of berry bushes. Delicate, fluffy leaf bushes with long blue berries. They look delicious. Research them! Let's see. Let's just go with a bunch of blue cards to start with. That'll be enough for that. Don't care about going for the super goal, just want to clear it. Research confirms that these blueberries are edible. Harvest them! You harvest the blueberries by the handful, filling your basket. You bring them back to Utopia as your cheers. These are our favorites. Here's sweets, she says, tossing you a berry. Have one. They're delicious. You're too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. Well, found some food at least. But alas, exhausted and can't help the farm anymore. Try out resting at the farm, though. You and Cal walk through the park, a special place set aside for growing ornamental plants from Earth. It was grown from a precious seed bank, preserved for over 20 years aboard the Stratospheric before your mother started planting them here in Vertuma. Almost nothing here is grown for food, but many of them are technically edible. It's so green here, Cal says, stopping to smell a bush of fist-sized flowers with velvety petals. Wow, they smell so sweet. It's so weird. My mom worked really hard on this. This is such a waste of space. It's so peaceful. Let's go. My mom worked really hard on this. Your mom brought these flowers with seeds from the earth and somehow found time to cultivate them here, even though there was so much work to do on the farm. Just goes to show that there's a lot about your mom that you still don't know. Let's go with It's So Peaceful then. Cal catches a funny smile on his face. It really is. This is one of my favorite places in the whole colony. You can really feel the love in every plant. One pretty white flower in particular is flourishing here, the Astradia, your mother's favorite. It seems to be growing faster than every native plants do, covering the paths and bluffs with tiny white stars. You actually have to push clumps of it aside to make, in some places, just make sure you don't crush any. Good thing it's so beautiful. It's been 3 seasons with heavy food rationing, getting more and more strict as the year dragged on and fields continue to struggle. You've been wasting away. You all have. It's not just the lack of calories, there just aren't enough vitamins and good stuff in the food you're eating. This doesn't sound great. Oh, that's a shame. Just rested and already have a ton of stress. Your muscles ache all the time. Sometimes you feel strangely euphoric, filled with inexplicable energy, but often it feels like there's weights tied to your shoulders, pulling you down. You don't have the energy to do it anymore. Even the prospect of getting up to find food feels like too much effort. Better just lie down and accept it. Despite being so tired, you can't fall asleep. You spend entire days in a dazed fog. At least you've hardly feel the hunger now. It's hard to tell dreams from reality. Still does not sound good. Last week, you were brushing your teeth when you noticed some of your teeth were wiggling. You brushed and watched all your teeth begin to fall out of your mouth, clinking in the sink like pebbles and washing down the drain. Horrified, you started screaming, only to snap out of it and realize you've been staring at yourself in the mirror the whole time, lost in hallucination. Your friends stop working and retreat in their quarters. You lie to each other in the holonet, saying you're all okay, just taking it easy, waiting for the harvest. Well, the harvest came and went, as meager as ever. Your mother still hasn't given up and never rests, never stopped working, as much as your dad begs her to. She must be sleeping in geoponics because you hardly see her in the family quarters anymore. From where you lie nestled in bed in your cozy coog, it all seems like far, far too much effort to bother with. But we can't stay in bed. You try, but end up collapsing off your bunk. You barely have the energy to climb back into bed. You don't feel pain or fear, just a strong urge to lie there and stare at a poster of a pink cat on the wall, which you do for hours. You're pretty sure that behind those yellow disc eyes is trying to tell you something about the nature of the universe, the cycles of space and time. Have you been here before, or is this the first time? Your mom comes to your bedside and tries to feed you some of her rations. She looks like hell, swall-eyed and grunt, but she refuses to stop working. She says she can't keep the rations down anyway. They upset her stomach. Please, Selene, she whispers. Please eat. Got a feeling this is not going to end well in general. Mom's probably dying soon in general. You struggle to choke down your mom's rations. Every bite is easier than last. You can feel the fog lifting as you begin to regain your strength. After a week of bed rest and double rations, your head clears and you can walk again. But your mother still refuses to eat. Both your parents feel responsible for this famine, but as head of geoponics, your mom takes it personally. She's been skipping meals, relying on water and pressed soy bar rations. Just enough calories to keep the body moving, but not enough to stay healthy. Yet she never lets up working herself to the bone, barely even sleeping, increasing sallow-eyed and gone. You and your dad try to slow her down, but well, she's a stubborn woman. If not her, she says, then who? You and your dad are both in the lounge, slowly sipping your vegetable broth, when there's a commotion down at the doors. Someone's running, gasping for breath, yelling for you and your father to come to geoponics. You run over, knowing deep in the pit of your stomach that something terrible has happened. When you see the faces of the agriculturists, your mom's people, you know the feeling's real. Your dad sees the body first. He lets out a cry, something you've never heard before. A deep, unimaginable pain dragged up from the darkest parts of where fear lives. Your dad falls to his knee beside the frail body of the mother. He pulls her into his arm and sobs, wretched and agonized. You don't even know what to think. Your mom always seemed larger than her body, but seeing her now, there's nothing there, just a fragile soul. They tell you she didn't even cry out. She just went to her knees, then to lay down in the dirt, and that was it. She's gone. Your mother's body is taken to the incinerator room, and that night the colony gathers to pay their respects. Do you join them? Yep, Figured this was coming. Still sad. Pay our respects. Incinerator room has been cleared, and a wreath of flowers has been placed over the mouth of the organics recycler. They're white astrenia, your mother's favorite flower, carefully carried from Earth with the hopes of it flourishing on Vertuma, just like you. Stand with your father and Aunt Anne. Etiquette and the rest of the council are here as well, including Rhett. You're surprised to see tears rolling down his face. He's such a hard-ass in the garrison. Cal's here with the other Exocolonists. The rest of the colony waits in the canteen to offer their condolences after the service. Yeah, Metal. It seems like Zenith and Stella have played this before. This is my first time going through this, and excuse me if I start stumbling on this, because this is harder to read. Go figure. Governor Etiquette gives the eulogy. As a colony, we share our blessings, she begins solemnly. However, today, in sad company, we gather to share the burden of our grief. Fluorescent was born on Earth, but she was more than many of us exemplified the spirit of endeavor to bring life to beyond the stars. She bore life, not only in her body, but bringing it forth from the ground she so faithfully attended. The debt we owe her is the kind that we can never be repaid, she continues. It is with teeth and unbearable grief that we must continue on without her, in awe and respect for her sacrifice. The depth that was never expected of her, but which she did not expect of anyone else. It is on her strong shoulders that she carries us still. Etiquette closes the door to the recycler, and the particle disintegrators begin to reclaim the buckles that once formed your mother. Your father squeezes your shoulder, making a small, choked-off noise of pain. As a community, we remember Fluorescent. As a community, we return her body to the soil that nourishes us in a way her sacrifice is recognized in the manifest of the body of the colony. The ceremony is adjourned to the canteen, where a somber wake is held in her mother's memory. There isn't enough food to dull the emotions, and your empty stomach only reminds you of her unfinished work. I can totally understand becoming obsessed with this game. I can see how many different paths there are to potentially go just through this single playthrough already. It seems like there's a ton of different things to do and a ton of different storylines to chase after. And boy, oh boy, do I want to save my mother later. Whew. Your father is the new head of geoponics. In a few hours, he receives your mother's remains so that he can add them to the colony's precious supply of brown soil from Earth. You touch the cool lid of the container, marveling that your mother could fit in such a small box. You don't have to be okay, your father says quietly. His voice is thick with emotion. No, I'm not. I have to keep going where she left off, but if you can, you should take some time off. I think as much as I would like to keep helping Dad, stress dictates take the month off. The prospect of just going back to work like everything's normal is too much to handle. The sun dips below the horizon and glow begins. You end up spending the whole month alternating between sleeping, scrolling the holonet, and staring into space. It's restful, at least. A few days after the funeral, surveyors return with an unexpected bounty from the Valley of Vertigo. So they'll survive for another month, till the new year maybe, if you keep rationing. The colony will continue to limp along, but without your mother. The roar wakes you. It would wake the dead. It shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. You're paralyzed by a sudden clench of fear in your gut. Through the porthole window, you hear metal screeching and people shouting. Another roar, guttural, and rumbling like the sound of a mountain collapsing. There's something enormous out there. Well, previous years, we ran out to face it. We got the crap beat out of us last year, and we're not brave enough to go do it this year, so guess we learned. We're staying indoors. Your dad can't hide the look of fear on his face, but he tries. Sounds like we better get a move onto the assembly point. Hey, kiddo? You head for the creche together. You huddle with your buds, Mars, Tammy, Dis, Cal. Because it's the middle of the night and almost everyone's in the bed, some people are still wearing their pajamas and sleep bonnets. Only Anamane is missing. The children's creche is buried deep in the belly of the stratospheric, making it one of the safest places you could even be. So the youngest children are scared and there's a lot of crying. Try ignoring crying, watch hollow vids with the young ones. Let's try to comfort the young ones. Somehow, even with the sirens blaring, some of the youngest drift off in your arms. After an hour, some in the defense squad rushes in and orders everyone to leave the creche. The battle is getting close to the stratospheric. Before you can even get everyone to their feet, you feel the ship lurch and resettle at a different angle. Something is attacking the ship itself. Tammy tries to gather the younger kids, but they're scattered in terror. You're both trying to grab Nugget when, without warning, the entire wall of the creche just peels away like a tin can, letting a rush of cold night air tinged with the ozone of a plasma rifle. You look up and see it. Up close, face to... that's not friendly. It has no face. In place of its face, or even head, its body just unzips, revealing a mess of wriggling tentacles and blinking eyes. And I'm and your brother Kama are among security squad trying wildly to divert it away from living quarters. It smashes into the ship again and roars, calling up a terrible noise from somewhere within its seeping wet claw, and Tammy screams, "Tammy!" She's falling on the angled floor and sliding towards the maw of the faceless. Saved Tammy's life once. We can do it again. Yeah, have Tammy saved, no problem. Probably won't kill us. Crawl on your hands and knees down the sleep slope on the floor towards Tammy. She and Nougat are clinging to the wreckage of the wall, wide-eyed and terrified as you approach. You grab Tammy and Nougat and help them stumble to safety. The Faceless is too focused on tearing the ship apart to even notice you. Your dad ushers you into the engineering wing, where you cower with the others, trying not to panic. All around you, metal screams and buckles, and great tremors vibrate through the ship. Finally, after what seems like hours, the noises stop, and congruous sounds the all clear. Your dad checks the console bulletins on his hollow palm. "Oh no," he moans quietly. "No, no, 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 no." The council calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the oppressive gloom of the glow, you gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings still standing. The corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to stink. Your mind keeps replaying that terrible moment, the Faceless rearing up and obscuring the sky, and Amana and her brother looking so small before it. Governor Edicott was killed by the smaller creatures that swarmed command during the attack. In her absence, Seek addresses the colony. The council acknowledges the bravery and defense squad, citing their heroism and finally taking down the Faceless. If only it hadn't gotten away from them and stampeded right into the stratospheric. At least they stopped it before it got to engineering, as it would have activated the reactor and left a crater size of an asteroid impact. Geoponics is gone, the greenhouse destroyed and the fields trampled.
After a year of suffering, starving, and only barely scraping by, you're not just back where you started, it's even worse. Everything your mom sacrificed herself for, gone in one night. The entire front half of the Stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche. It's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that people hiding in the creche weren't all killed. Yeah, this is bad. Seek solemnly reads the name of those who lost their life. Too many, including Governor Etiquette. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. And Amana and her family cry out when her brother's Com's name is called off. And their quiet sobbing continues in the silence. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're still so shaken. Tammy tells everyone what a hero you were for saving her. Anne cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her grief, as painful as it is to hear her all night. Yeah, I kind of figured things were going to get bad eventually with all the glow, and we would need to learn how to stop stuff. But I wasn't quite expecting this year to hit the shit to hit the fan quite this hard this fast. You feel like you've been awake for days, and you'll never fully sleep again. You try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually you fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arm. Your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. Look at all the damages. And I got a feeling, despite no one having dots over their heads, that they have some new stuff to say. So we're gonna go talk to everyone. Dis is examining a bunch of rumble, turning it over in his hands. I wonder if we're ever gonna find, like, alien tech, he says. Wouldn't that be cool? I know it's hard, Cal says, fiddling nervously with the tassel on his shirt. But I just think, what would your mom do right now? She wouldn't complain, that's for sure. It's been hard to talk to your dad about everything. Losing your mom, then losing the colony right after. It's too much to take. Neither of you know what to say. Mars crosses her arms and sulks. What's the point of having all these kudos if I can't actually use them to, like, buy stuff we need? Like, hello? It's not like I can mail order more supplies through the wormhole. Tangent frowns. Just don't understand, she says. Why now? Why does it keep getting worse? Engineering is crammed with families and what belongings they've salvaged from destroying their quarters. You spend time in your crowded temporary lodging in the classroom, or spend time helping the adults try to fix things. I think rebuilding makes the most sense at this point. The first month of quiet passes, each day plodding one after another. You still have trouble sleeping in the classroom barracks, but there's nowhere else to go. Every day you wake with the others and try to make the best of it. Grief and anger comes in waves, not just for you, but for everyone. Some days are better than others. You're assigned to help rebuild the walls. The first part of the month is spent just dragging away the wreckage, sorting it into salvage or recycling. By the time that's done, crews decumbering parts of the Stratospheric have been delivered enough salvage that you can begin working patching up the walls. A sense of urgency permeates the crew. After everything, people need to feel safe. This is on work crew with you.
something he does begrudgingly. Walls didn't help the first time, he grumbles whenever anyone asks for his opinion. You should just tear them all down and live like the animals do. If someone planted a bunch of buildings on my land, I'd be pissed off too. No, walls helped a little. We're gonna work hard. By the end of the month, you made notable progress. There are priorities and not a lot of construction material. When last year's mushwood harvest is done drying out, you'll be able to do more. Even if it is rice and it didn't help the first time, it's better than nothing. The sun's finally dawned again on your birthday. You wake early and climb to the top of engineering to watch the first sun's watery rays break the horizon as the wormhole recedes across the sky. Dawn should represent hope after a long period of darkness, but this light only reveals the full extent of the damage to the colony. You've been having trouble sleeping. Like most people, it's hard to find rest crammed into the classroom with all the other kids and families. Every time you close your eyes, you see... You shake your head to clear the memories. You pull the blanket more tightly around your shoulders. Not your blanket, that one's gone. As you stare out, the sun rises on the horizon, meager and sickly. Hey, kiddo, you hear when your dad comes and sits down beside you. I was looking for you. Nice view, huh? At least we got a rooftop patio out of the deal. He laughs a little at his own joke, and then just sort of trails off with a sigh afterward. He puts his arm around you, your shoulders, and sit in silence for a while, watching the sunrise pick out all the broken glass littering the fields, glimmering like a field of stars. Neither of you know what to say. It's clear your dad feels like he has to give you a pep talk, but there's an oppressive nature to the silence that makes it feel impossible for either of you to start. Eventually, he just sighs his shoulders into a slump. I know things seem pretty bad right now, he says, squinting into the sunrise. It sounds like it's taking all of his effort not to cry. But it will get better. It has to, right? You're not so sure. At least your mom wasn't here to see this, he mutters. That's the silver lining, I guess. You watch the sun rise together for a few more minutes. After a bit, your dad musters up a brave smile and pulls out a little box tied with a piece of gardening twine. Happy birthday, my little rutabaga, he says. You know what it is before you open your old medallion, the one your dad made, with the sun on it to represent Earth. It was broken during the attack, and all the chaos you didn't even notice, but your dad did. He made you a new one. It's just like you remembered, similar design, with the wormhole this time to represent Vertuma. You thank him and squint onto the swirling wormhole that's still barely visible in the brightening sky. It's so massive and awe-inspiring this time of year. It always seems to be herald disaster. You're happy to watch it fade away into the daylight. Dad slaps you on the back. What a birthday, huh? Here's hoping they all get better from here. You both head downstairs to the wreckage of the canteen, where they put up temporary roofing with whatever tarps and scraps could be found. The colony nanopredators, the few that still run, have been working day and night to replace the necessities of life, but larger construction projects are still going to take time. Aunt Anne has coaxed the kitchen nanoprinters into making soy gruel and press bars. Life-sustaining, but depressing. You and the other colonists eat your breakfast in stony silence as you mentally prepare for the day. Chief Administrator Seek has taken over interim governor until the council can elect someone new. Last week, they held a mass funeral for everyone who died. There's talk of turning the stratospheric destroyed front half into a memorial shrine after everything that's useful has been salvaged. There's still much to do. I don't think I have much choice but to use that building, right? Oh, it's literally the only building that's still up. So, we go back into this one. It did unlock the biology tinker with DNA, so why don't we just peek at that real quick. Of all the people in the colony, you understand genetics the best. Besides Dr. Insys, probably. She trusts you to
the genotech machine. The access to the machine like this, you can give yourself a new genetic message. Sure, you probably shouldn't mess with your genome too much in Vivio, but one little change can hurt. So, Tuna, quick summary, depending on where you left. Our mother worked herself to death. We had a funeral. Then, shortly after, our entire colony was destroyed, and more people died. Yep. We still have a famine going on. Pretty much everything but engineering is destroyed. We're trying to rebuild. We don't have much answers. Things are looking very, very, very bleak right now. So I don't think we made any terrible decisions as much as we didn't have the insight about it. We were set up at the beginning of this game that we kind of have visions, and this is kind of a time loop game. I think this first one is kind of supposed to be, we just have things shit upon us. Like, it was probably possible that we could have avoided that if we had done just the right things, but we tried farming, we tried scavenging, we just could not get food. So, yeah, our mom died. It was quite sad. And then right after that, just a massive attack. But yeah, like I said, I glanced at some of the stuff, and I want to say there's at least 15, 20 endings to this game. Stella or Zenith would probably be able to confirm stuff. But, like, as Stella just said, apparently 29 endings. Glancing at the content warnings, it outright did say, yeah, some deaths happen, you can't stop them, but a lot of them you can. I'm assuming I can save my mother if we can figure out a way to not have the famine go. But let's figure out how to enhance ourselves. Well, none of these are blue, but minus to stress seems like a perfectly fine thing to take. That's what I was thinking. Being able to throw minus stress in there seems like it would be a very good thing to be able to take and keep going. For the card game, we haven't really been having too much problem meeting the score, so... we will continue to help rebuild. At this point, need to rebuild as fast as possible. You are assigned to help out in geoponics. The agriculturists have been hard at work trying to salvage what they can of the ruined fields and destroyed greenhouses. But there's still a lot of work to be done. Your dad has taken over as chief cultivator, succeeding where your mom was already difficult for him. And now there's this. He's never been the kind of guy to hide from hard work, but he's been pretty distant lately. Kyle's working in geoponics too, of course. He smiles when he sees you. Hey, Selene. There's a lot of stuff to do. What do you want to work on? Let's see. Repair the greenhouses, work the fields, rebuild the animal pens. I'm gonna feel like the greenhouses will probably be the best things to focus on first. The geodesic domes, miraculous prefab modular structures your parents brought from Earth, are in shambles. Most of the glass and metal is beyond repair, designed for your recycler. You and Cal help clear away the debris, and when that's done, you help drape tarps over what's still standing, that the drifting spark snow doesn't pile up inside and infect Soil City. Anything that can't survive outside a climate-controlled greenhouse needs to be harvested and set to the kitchens, so that can be preserved.
Canning, jarring, dehydration, ancient techniques you've learned about in school but didn't think you have to put in practice so soon. Tammy visits almost every day. She says this to pick up the day's harvest, but it's just so she can visit Cal. Everyone is worried that this will be the final nail in the coffin for your food supply after famine last year. You try not to think about it too hard, instead focusing on just doing what you can to help rebuild. So far, none of our friends have died, but Anamone's brother Combe died. Governor Edicott also died. Other people died, but we don't know their names at this point. You're eating in the mess tents when you hear something rumbling. Your bowl and cutlery start rattling. People look around in alarm. Could it be another attack so soon? You begin to hear shouting from outside. Someone runs into the tent. "There's something falling from the sky!" They shout. "It's on fire!" You join the crowd of people leaving your temporary structures to gather in the colony square. People are squinting up into the milky quiet skylight, pointing and gesturing wildly. It's impossible to miss the thing hurtling towards you from the space, like a great big ball of fire coming straight for you. Is this it? Is this the end? After all you've been through, a meteor is going to land in the middle of your already ruined colony and kill you all? Mars grabs your shoulder. "It's another ship!" she exclaims. Look! It's another spaceship from Earth!" Excitement ripples through the crowd. Could it be? You stare up, unbelieving at the rapidly approaching ship. The flames of its entry into the atmosphere dissipate, but soon a thick column of greasy black smoke trails behind it. Soon you can hear the whistle of it ripping through the atmosphere at terminal velocity. It's coming right at us? That's not a controlled descent. Whoa. That's not a controlled descent. It's an enormous ship, coming at you way too fast. The ship's reverse thrusters fire, trying to slow it down so it doesn't smash into a billion pieces when it hits the planet. Everyone scatters to take cover. You crouch behind some of your rocks, throw your arms up over your head, and squeeze your eyes shut, and probably hope for the best. You hear the massive spaceship touch ground and geoponics plowing through the fields and grinding over what was left of the greenhouses. You're thrown to the ground from the force of the impact as shrapnel and rocks zing past your head. It grinds along like some roaring monster, cutting a great scar through the colony and kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. Yep, geoponics just gets everything. Finally, the ship comes creaking to a shuddering halt. You and the other colonists carefully crawl out of your hiding places, coughing and rubbing your eyes. The new ship is half buried and obscured by dust. You can tell it's from Earth. You squint and make out the stenciled letters. Heliopause. The hatch opens inside and silhouettes begin to emerge. Silhouettes with guns. Soldiers march out of the dust and quickly surround all of the remaining colonists. More soldiers form two parallel lines from the ship to the square, their guns in parade rest. And a lone figure strides down the center towards you. "Greetings, fugitives of Earth," the man says, spreading his hands wide. A dismayed murmur ripples through the crowd. The adults exchange significant looks. Chief Engineer Instance tries to slip out of the crowd, but she's stopped by a line of soldiers. The man smiles as he has a broad, easygoing smile that doesn't match the threatening aura of the soldiers, nor the smoking ruin of the ship behind him. "I am Commander Loom," he says proudly. "As captain of the Heliopause, I have come to render aid and bring you to justice." Listen with the others or try to sneak away. We have terrible perception, terrible toughness. We are focused in reasoning, so why don't we stick around and see if we can't reason? Zeke steps forward out of the crowd. You're not the commander of the Heliopause, they say firmly. Governor Etiquette was expecting Commander Morikawa. Sorry, Tuna. I was just a little too fast. Kick Glum and Nads would be a perfectly fine response to. Everyone is surprised. Etiquette had been in communication with his ship? For how long? I am the captain of the Heliopause, Glum repeats stubbornly, then adds, according to the chain of command, we sustained significant loss of personnel when we went through the wormhole. You can't help but notice many of the soldiers exchanged looks this time. I wonder how many people had to die before Loom became commander. As commanding officer, Loom continues, I declare the colony to be under our protection. As such, you are all now subject to the laws of Earth. Sieg bows. Now, they stammer. There's no need for dramatics. We're a diminished colony, and as you can see, Governor Etiquette died in the most recent attack. Fluorescent passed away a few months ago. Even Technician Laetatius is gone. You see, we're quite leaderless. Wait, your mom? Would that mean these Earth cops have wanted your... What would have these Earth cops have wanted from your mom? You notice Chief Engineer Instance is being held with her arms behind your back. She glowers at Lum with unbridled hatred. Lum turns to the assembled colonists. Well, why don't we fix that, he declares. Say hello to your new governor. You feel food grass in shock and outrage, and Lum raises his hand sagely. Let's not pretend you don't need our help, he says. We could simply arrest you instead, but there's no need to demoralize your little colony further. Judging from the number of guns on display, you don't think you have a choice in this. No one knows how to react. A new governor from Earth? Nearly 100 new colonists? Most of them trained soldiers? What does this mean for the colony? The crowd disperses slowly, and the council members follow Loom back to the Heliopause, presumably to talk about the future of the colony. You hope. You track down your friends. So, what do you think about these new people, Mars asks? I'm glad they're here to save us. I'm excited to make new friends. They're just gonna boss us around. I don't want to share this planet. Thinking they're just here to boss us around. Alright. We can go with, I don't want to share this planet, though. I don't mind sharing, Chammy chimes in. They might be from Earth, but they're still human. They're probably just scared, like we were when we came through the wormhole. The entire colony, now twice as many of you, sets to work on salvaging the wreckage from the Heliopause, tearing it down and combining it with the Stratospheric's remaining engine section. Spirits are high, though these new colonists from Heliopause aren't like people you've ever met before. With their uniforms and weapons, they're more like an invading force than a rescue. You aren't sure what this means for the colony, or for your future. As the dust settles, you rebuild your colony around the new ship, the Heliopause. The new arrivals, soldiers many, are aloof at first. Many see you as fugitives. Together, you build new walls, living quarters, greenhouses, and a massive bunker garrison. The Stratos Engineering Wing is the only remainder of your old colony. The Heliopause has brought enough rations for another 5 years, as well as rich seed bank and working hydroponics. Finally, an end to the slow starvation you felt for years. You also have more guns and explosives than you've ever seen in your life. Even the ship has guns. A full stomach, a roof over your heads, and the promise of safety convinces most Stratos colonists to accept the Helios. In turn, the Helios decide that you criminals pose little threat. A grudging peace is brokered between the two groups. You decide they aren't so different, really. There are even Helio children born among the stars just like you.
After a month of hard work, you and your dad move into your new quarters, and you have your own bedroom for the first time in your life. You place a picture of your mother on the shelves beside your bed. You step out into your very own balcony to watch the new colony, its grounds bustling with so many strangers and strange new ideas. You feel something rising in your chest that you haven't felt in time. Hope? Excitement? What will the new day bring? You better get out there and find out now. We can just rush out there and greet the day. So I'm torn. This is probably a decent stopping point, but I can probably push through until the next glow makes everything tragic and sad again. New layout, new people to talk to, lots of people to talk to. This new layout's much bigger. We'll see how long it takes me to talk to everyone. Even though it hurts, you find yourself wandering over geoponics. It feels not good to be here. In the place your mom loved and ultimately gave her life to, but not good either. It feels like when you have a bruise and you can't stop yourself from pushing on it because the pain reminds you the injury is real. Like your mom dying is this huge invisible wound, and poking at you forces you to feel something instead of just being numb. Your dad is taking time off work. Your parents worked double and triple shifts during the growing season this year, and now that's over, it just feels so cruel. When people work hard, they should be able to look back on what they did and feel proud. Instead, there's just this huge gap where your mom should be. You find your dad sitting in your mom's personal garden. It's miraculously starting to grow again, despite being trampled flat during the last attack. And neglected during the famine before that. Still, various fertility flowers are starting to sprout, as well as hardier ones like dandelions. Your dad looks up and musters a smile. He pats the bench beside him. Oh, the mom storyline was rough to read through. I actually had some tears coming while I was reading through it. You false start a few times. It's almost impossible to think of something to say when there's a magnitude of grief between you. He gives you time. When it's obvious you want to talk, but don't know what to say, he takes your hand into his two larger ones. Did I ever tell you about how your mom and I started dating? You shake your head. You knew they grew up together in the first colony on Earth, but nothing about their relationship. He smiles and looks at the garden as he remembers. I always thought she was too cool for me, he says quietly. People didn't like us much on Earth, so she was always kind of a bruiser, always ready to pop off even when she was your age. She and Rhett were the same back then. I always thought they were going to end up together. Then your mom got injured when the first colony was attacked. I was working part-time in the clinic, and I guess that's when she realized I liked her. We had to apply to get on the stratospheric. We'd only been seeing each other for a few weeks, so I was surprised when she said that we should apply as a couple. They wanted all different types of family and groups. Single people, couples who could have kids, or couldn't. Trads, quads. We all had to be young, and there weren't many teenagers willing to commit to being, a mated pair. It upped our chances being picked. He laughed and scrubs his face with his hands. She wanted to get off that planet more than anything. I don't think she realized she'd fallen in love with me until we were already in space. Lucky for me, right? Your dad shakes his head fondly. There aren't many people like your mom, kiddo. You nod, surprised to feel a tear trickle down your cheek. There's so much you didn't know about her and what she was like. More than just being your mom, it's really hitting you that she was a person before you knew her. And now you'll never know her like that. There's a past you'll never fully know. Just like there's a future she never will. Your dad puts his arm around your shoulders and you sit like that for a long, long while. Oh. More story time with Dad. Give me a moment.
Oh. Alright. What do you got, Dad? Bring it on. Like every pollen season, your dad gets the shimmer. The pollen is bad this year. Thick, heavy clouds of pink. Even your eyes are a little itchy, and your dad's not the only colonist spending the week in bed. You hear other people sneezing as you walk through the quarters, bringing him hot trippet soup. Thanks, kiddo, your dad rests. At least he's sitting up in bed now. Your mom never got sick, not ever, your dad reminisces. I'm not sure she missed a day of work from the day we landed until the day she... He stops and sighs. I miss your mom. I wish Instance would find a cure already, he grumbles, his hand shaking as he lifts a spoon. 3 years, and all she can suggest is bed rest and fluids. What good is all her researching if I can't fix my headache? Your dad must be feeling really sick. He never complains about this stuff. You check his temperature with your hollow palm, then dim the lights and bring him a cold pack for his forehead. He has a crust of glittery pink gunk around his lips, looking cracked and gross. You wipe it away. The glitter is just everywhere on him, like it's coming right out of his pores. He looks iridescent in the murky light flickering through the pollen outside. Hey, do you mind opening the window a little for some fresh air? It smells like a sick person in here, he grumbles, pushing away his soup rolling over the bed. Alright, well, open the window. Let more pollen in. Pollen is already everywhere, you figure. It's good to get some air circulation in here. You're pretty sure you learned about the miasma theory in class. Your dad, his eyes already closed, breathes in deeply and falls asleep with a smile on his lips. The worst of the pollen fog subsides in a few days, and your dad starts to look a little better. He gets back to work, which is good because there's lots to do in order to rebuild the colony and get Heliopause's hydroponics up and running. He's still sweeping glittering dust out of the quarters weeks later. This stuff gets everywhere. The colony is full of new people, and if this is the character I think it is, Tuna, you'll probably enjoy their design. Everywhere you look, you see a stranger. It's disorienting. After growing up in a clouded spaceship, you'll never expect to meet any other humans that weren't made here on Vertuma. You bump straight into one of these new people while you're jogging through the colony. Oof! He laughs and holds you steady, brushing the imaginary dust off you, giving you a wide fang smile. Hey, it's one of the kids from the Heliopause. You think his name is Rex. So, this is my first time playing the game, as I've mentioned before. However, I did peek at a lot of the names before doing this to try to at least get the names down to some degree before reading out all of this. Hi, hello, wow, hey, what's up? Let's just go with the first one. Smooth, Selene, real smooth. He cocks his head at you, smiling. Hi, he says gently. My name is Rex. You managed to get out of the... Hello? You aren't quite sure why he's having such an effect on your ability to speak or even think. He doesn't mind. You notice he's wiggling his dog ears. They can really move independently. Rex puts his hand against his cheek, looking cute and lost. Hey, since I'm new here, do you think you could help me find the construction yard? I thought I might apply for the job there. So, for Tuna, I think I'll just do for you anything. His eyes widen as you wink suggestively and he grins, wiggling his tail and lolling his tongue out like a dog. So adorable. I might just take you up on that, he says. You tell him everything is a bit changed since Heliopause landed, but you think the construction yard is still near command. He thanks you for the directions. You've seen Nami Nami around since the Heliopause landed. They're around your age and barely 1.5 meters tall, only coming up to your shoulder. You've never seen anyone dressed as strangely as they do. Hi. Their voice is high-pitched and quick. I'm Nami Nami, short for nomination. So, Nami Nami. You do a little twirl and bow. You introduce yourself and... Alright, I can go back to Rex then. Ask what they do for fun. I'm not gonna ask about the gender. That's not polite to do. As a fellow non-binary. Well, Nami Nami begins. Kind of a bit of everything. I like designing outfits, reading manga, and learning about dinosaurs and cool xenophaga, and robots and aliens, and watching anime and playing Laser Fable, of course. Mostly lately, I play Laser Fable. It's so fun to play it outside in the great endless outdoors. Nami Nami dances circle, waving their arms and gesturing at your surroundings. Calm down. Nah. Challenge them to game Laser Fable. Laser Fable's fine. You're on! Nami Nami helps you install it in your holopalm and explains the rule. Laser Fable is an augmented reality game where you bounce hologram lasers off real objects nearby. It's speed-based, so you're running around and bumping into each other, and there's extended house rules about when it's legal to block each other's lasers. Comes red. I want to play you. Come here. Hoot! And -5 stress. Not that I'm stressed at this point. That's still fine. Right on, friendo! Nami gives you a high five, and then with a couple flicks on their gauntlet gives you kudos for winning. They explain that this is how they always play Laser Fable with the kids from Heliosphere. Except they mostly don't want to play anymore. They said they're too old for it, they just want to be soldiers now. Except Rex. He's still cool. So, I will talk to both the new characters real quick again. It's so cool you guys have people aren't boys or girls too, Nami says, twisting a long piece of their hair around their finger. My own dad told me that sometimes people on older generations stand stuff like that. And your ship and I left Earth before us, so maybe it was even worse then. They give you a bright smile. They were worried for nothing. Everyone's so nice here. Creativity with them, huh? You can have a cake. Oh, yum yum yum, looks real tasty. Nomi explains. I'll eat cake any day of the week. And back to Rex. Rex hasn't gotten used to life on the surface yet. You remember your first year. Virtua seemed so enormous, so full of dangers and mysteries. Well, it still does, but the shock eventually wore off. Rex still has that slightly bewildered look on his face every time he walks outside, and the sunlight hits his face. It's so bright and warm. You know, I've got the engineering for this, so I'll do the hugs in a moment. But actually, I'm working on something right now, Rex says, producing a holo projector. It looks so familiar. Wait, holo projector you used to watch vids on the Crush. It's been broken ever since the Crush was destroyed. I was hoping you'd help me fix this up. I want to have an outdoor movie nights. Help Rex bring the holo projector back to life. You help him make an outdoor theater for it, complete with overhead lights and comfortable piles to sit upon your bedding. And provides snacks. Rex looks at it with pride. We just have to figure out what to play for opening night. And hugs. Aw, yeah, Rex exclaims, wrapping you in a strong bear hug. He even lifts you off the ground a little. It's a good hug, the kind that makes you instantly just more relaxed. Again? Rex laughs. Wraps you up in a great bear hug all the same. Hugs on demand. And more helping build stuff. You know what my hammock needs? T-Rex. That probably should be said Rex. An automatic sack delivery system for when my hands are busy. I was thinking, if I hang a barrel of cookies up here, he continues pointing in our narwhal tree nearby. I could use ramps and pulleys to bring the cookies over here. He gestures his hammock, and they could just roll right into my mouth. It's a bold plan. It involves a lot of twisty-turny ramps, gears, levers, swinging arms, and more. It's probably a lot more complicated than it needs to be, but it is hilarious to watch Rex press a button and send a cookie rocketing down a chute and eventually into his mouth. The ground is littered with cookie detritus and failed runs, but Rex is proud anyway. It works perfect, he says, his mouth full. Thanks for the help. Don't think I have engineering high enough for the last one. Yep. I didn't talk to Mars yet, did I? Mars is poring over a real book with real paper. You crowd around her to take a look at it. This belongs to that new kid, Nomi, Mars says, letting her voice like a question. I told them I was looking for someone to draw designs for my new fashion line, and they just handed me this. The book is filled with character designs, giant Romax, and pictures of characters kissing. It was so good, Mars says, turning pages. This is what we need here. People with talent. Mars is getting into manga. Tammy stands at the door of the lounge, looking across the colony where geoponics domes are under reconstruction. Oh, hello, she says when she realizes you're watching her. Do you speak to Cal very much? Does he ever, talk about me? She flushes a deep pink and looks away. Oh, forget I said that. You pass a group of soldiers from the healer pause, leaving the garden. One of them eyes you with disdain, but the rest ignore you. Inside, Cal is growling as he's taking a planning about. His expression softens when he sees you, but not by much. Hey, Selene, he says. Did you see those jerks? They're always sniffing around here, trying to start a fight with me. I think their leader's that mouthy kid Vase. He leans one arm on his rake. Whatever, joke's on them. Ain't gonna play their little soldier games. They apparently have this with him. Cal's looking a little sickly. Well, I found this really pretty flower growing in the garden. I've never seen it before. You take a look at it and soon begin to feel sick yourself. Wait, is this plant radioactive? What, it's radioactive? Cal says, backing up quickly. Good thing you knew what to do. What do we do? You're not sure, but if you study in geoponics lab, you might be able to figure out how to neutralize the radiation. Tangent is about to duck back into engineering when you approach. She winces and shields her eyes from the sun. She looks at you miserably and notices that her right eye is glowing faintly. It's my new hollow eye implant, Tange says. Its ghostly glow snaps in and out of existence as she blinks. I seem to be experiencing some unpleasant side effects from it, similar to that of her ocular migraine, Tange confesses. It's warned me that this level of visual information can be difficult for the human brain to comprehend at first. You agree to follow her into engineering and get out of the sun. So, of the original characters, Tange here is probably the best choice for what I've been going for. Of the newly introduced characters, either or of the two we just talked to would be perfectly fine. Partially leaving it up to chat, but I'm always excited to have a non-binary choice as a romanceable choice, as I myself am non-binary. It's similar to a hollow palm, she explains, holding her head and forehead and squinting, but with an indefinitely large screen because it projects into directly into Oculus. It used to belong to Dr. Instance, but she passed it down for me to help with my work. I'm sure you'll get used to it soon. Maybe we should take it out. Tange sets her jaw and nods, determined. I know I will, it's only pain. But I will continue on to say, really, I will probably end up playing this more on my own and probably go down all the routes eventually. I just wanted to remain, blind and new and fresh for the runs here, not know what's going on at all, because it's more fun doing that for the stream, for a game like this. It's more than an implant, Tange continues as you follow her in the Medbay. Hollow eyes are a very important part of human augmentation. They represent our next steps towards extending as a species.
She touches the red scar where her hollow palm used to be. No more clunky screens, no more privacy concerns, she says. Elegant, integrated design. It observes the motion of my hands and uses it to generate an AR interface for my entire field of vision. It's partially powered by my own metabolism. With magnets embedded in my skull, it's beautiful. So Tuna, the price of this game is $24.99 normally. It usually goes on sale for 20% off, I want to say. So it drops down to $17.99 or so. The spring sale for Steam is starting up soon. I can't remember what other platforms this is on, but I want to say it's at least on the PlayStation 4 and 5. I'm not sure if it's on Switch as well. I would have to double check on that. But because I always mess up the name, I was a teenage exocolonist. I always look it up before I make my stream name. Oh, thank you, Zenith. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was on Switch or not. I had a feeling it was, but I don't like to assume games are on Switch without confirming it. Because every once in a while, even though the Switch is a haven of indie games, a game isn't on there. Nobody else is here. You hear the gentle hum of experiments running in the corner. This kind of technology is so far beyond what we're capable of reproducing in the colony. Tange sighs, rubbing her temple under the implant. Once they're gone, they're gone. Maybe Earth will send us a shipment of new ones someday, but I expect that they've developed something more advanced since we left Earth. I suppose it's more likely they've forgotten about us completely. Bring, bring. The quiet hum of the laboratory is shattered by an alarm. Tange jumps in some noise and shuts her eyes tight. I have to get this, she mutters, gesturing in the air to silence the ringing. The simulation I'm running is time-sensitive, she explains. Specimens require minute changes to their environment every 2 hours. That was minute, not minute. Temperatures, humidity, light noise. She grimaces. If we had a better annotation, this wouldn't be a problem. I could do it, because we have Biology 41 or better. Or I can help with your migraine, because we have Reasoning better. Alright, we can go with Biology 1. I could do it. Tangent considers this. Yes, you've proven yourself trustworthy in the lab, she says. It's experiment 2A on the wall there. She slumps down to the floor beside you, rests her head on her arms. Go tell me what you see, and I'll walk you through it. With Tangent's assistant, you see the environmental parameters of your experiment, which seems to involve fungal growths of some kinds. It's unfamiliar to you, but you're able to follow with Tangent's instructions easily. While you're looking over some of the specimens, you realize you can make improvements to Tangent's modeling. Yeah, she'll probably get annoyed at first, but as long as I don't ruin it, she's the type that will appreciate improvements. You make the changes and log them diligently in the computer. Tange breathes a sigh of relief when you return, unaware of your meddling for now. That should buy me 2 more hours. Tange shifts over, wordlessly inviting you to sit down beside her. Her arm is cool to the touch that rests against yours. Tange turns to you. Thank you for your assistance. Hey, finally a flirt option with her that isn't insulting to her. Tange gives you a slight smile, barely visible from faint glow of her hollow eye. People always tell me I should take better care of herself, she says. And they're right, because when other people try to take care of me, they usually get it wrong. Only I know what I need. But you helped, Tange said. Thank you. Please don't tell Instance that my body is adjusting poorly to Hololai. It's only temporary. This stupid flesh prison is not allowed to draw the limits of my form. So I mentioned I might be able to force the glow, but there has been a lot of character interactions here. I still have, what, 2 left? 3 left.
Everything dies, just says, plucking at some dead grass and blowing it away in the wind. Plants, people, civilization. Even this planet's gonna die on a long enough timeline. He dusts his hand off and rests his chin on his knees. Why even bother fighting it? Why try to do anything at all? Anamana looks around at all the new soldiers that arrived at the Heliosphere. They look so cool, she mutters. Why didn't we act more like these guys in the first place? I'm assuming you are Vase. The new boy from the Heliosphere is a couple years older than you. He's very handsome, and the missing arm gives him a heroic battle-scarred vibe. He stands tall and ready for action even though it's a normal, boring day. The other recruits milling around the garrison give him a wide, respectful berth. He sees you staring and gives you a curt nod. My name is Vase, Lieutenant Alvasius, he says, considering you with a glint of challenge in his eyes. And you are? How do you introduce yourself? I'm just a kid. I practically run this place. I'm a soldier, like you. I'm into science. I'm an explorer. I'm a hard worker. I just want to have some fun before I die. I'm clearly into science. His expression doesn't change. Is that right, he says, with the air of a boy who's hard to impress. Nice to meet you, Selene. I hear it's been a rough couple years for the colony. Lucky thing our heliopause came along just in time, he continues. Don't worry, we have some of the best soldiers, the very best. We'll keep the colony safe. We were doing just fine before you came is obviously a lie, so are you one of the best soldiers? We train as a team, Vase says, and clears his throat. Yes, I've won more than my fair share of zero-G judo matches and virtual riflery tournaments, even competing against the adults. Being planet-sized is totally different. I bet I could take you. Wow, you're pretty cool. This is technically a flirt option, but hey, I think it's the best option of the three, so we're gonna go with that. They just, I'm guessing, are more of a military branch that went exploring that way. You act impressed and make some embarrassing clear signals that you find him attractive. Well, he says, nodding like he understands, aren't you intriguing? Maybe we'll see more of each other in some self-defense classes. Probably not. I'm an idiot that runs into combat, but I don't really learn how to combat. Oh, we're clearly just getting a new calm before the next storm. Whenever the next glow comes, like, all the guns and whatnot will help, but I assume something horrible will happen again. No, I haven't gotten any notice that my spouse is coming home, so we shall just continue on until that happens. This is command. I'm gonna have to take a moment because I never bothered learning what all the signs mean. I think engineering is green. What is this one then? Nope, engineering is purple. You're maxed on biology. Let's work on our creativity some more. You're running late for humanities class. When you arrive, everyone is gathered in the beanbags around the groom's big hollow projector. The ship's computer conjurance is displayed on it. She's giving today's lesson, reading an old book of Earth poetry. Sit down next to Tange and nudge her and motion up, what's this? Tange frowns at you. Where have you been? She whispers. Ever since Professor Haldai, Conjurus has been teaching in this class. She then frowns at everything in general. He said everyone else who might be qualified is too busy, and no, they didn't ask me. What does a computer know about poetry? You wrinkle your nose. Biology and physics, sure. You tell Tangent. Writing is about expression and understanding the subtleties of human communication. Suddenly, Conjurer's monitor swings over to you and recites, "Oh, have you all the beauty youth or no? That you so vain, less pride might serve, if it even were true. And you might gain, by humbler show of graces you possess, the haughty rearing makes the charm less." Change's eyes go wide and the class giggles at you. You're pretty sure you just got a clap back from a robot, but you can't be sure. Random card locked in one slot. Since Nomi Nomi likes creativity, might as well work on that some. Now I have such a big area to run around and check who wants to talk to me. I don't think I see any, but I'll check both new characters in case they have something new to say. No, and no. We shall just proceed to more studying then. Congruence asks you to take a stack of blank papers and a box of pencils from the classroom nano printer and pass them out in class. Today we will be practicing our handwriting, she announces. You hear Tangent groan beside you. But Congruence, she whines. How would you ever need to write by hand when we have hollow palms? This exercise will be part history lesson, part future skill, Congruence tells the class. In the future, you may not always have access to hollow palm cosmology. Our replicators and computers will break down eventually, and when they do, you'll have to rely on low-tech solutions to everyday tasks. So first lesson, how to correctly hold a pencil. You and the other students get to work learning how to print by hand, and it's a little bit like holding a stylus, but the texture's all wrong. The letters are small and cramped, you have trouble keeping them in a straight line. Tange, though, is suffering the worst. Huh, Mars laughs. Look like we finally found something Tange isn't good at. Look, she keeps messing up her lowercase a's and e's. Tange is usually using a stylus with her hollow palm. She's never actually drawn letters. She fumbles like a child bashing her fists against a hollow palm for the first time. It's painful to watch. You can tell she's getting more frustrated with each letter. Mars, on the other hand, has lovely penmanship. She can even write in cursive. My papa taught me when he was little. Or when I was little. She says, showing off her paper. Cultured people know how to write for real. Let's just go with... I'll help you, Tangent. Aw, I lost some friendship. I don't need your help, Tange. Sneers. She hates being bad at something, but being patronized is even worse. So let me do it myself, she grumbles, balling up her fifth piece of paper on the floor. Mars laughs, but after a few minutes of tense silence, she looks after Tange's work. You're pressing too hard, Mars tells her softly. Loosen your grift. It's different from typing in the air with a stylus. Try moving your shoulder instead of wrist and fingers. Tange takes a deep breath and tries again, slow and deliberate. Mars nods and slides it closer, putting her hand over Tange's and guiding her pencil and paper. There, you see, you're getting it, she murmurs. Tange's her cheeks go pink. After a minute, Tange eases her tension, and her writing starts to flow more naturally. Thanks, she stammers, pushing her chair back, away from Mars. Quick check. Keep this ball rolling so I can try to get to the glow before I need to stop for the day. You hear a scuttling of metallic legs. What the heck? And a strange knee-high robot bursts into your engineering lab, going full tilt on its 6 separated legs. It slams into the wall hard enough to lock itself down. It seems to have trouble getting back up, and it's flailing its metal legs around dangerously. Fix the robot! Oh, Selene, thank you, Congruence says, wheeling in on a portable screen. I was running diagnostics on the little fellow when it broke away and made a run for it. I really need somebody in my hands here. Or to be my hands here. She continues. Everything used to be easier with Hal around. I miss him. Congruence doesn't need to clear her throat, but when you get this expression, she's simulating it anyway. If you want to come help me in the robotics lab, just come down any time. Ooh, robotics lab. That sounds fun. Random card locked. Run around again. Might be new conversations. Especially since Mars isn't here anymore. But I don't see any. Oh, this is new. Nami is running around making pew-pew noises at things like they're shooting imaginary laces. But it's fitting, because that's exactly what they're doing. Well, hey, Selene, they say when they notice you're watching. Do you want to play Laser Fable? It's so fun. Robotics gets engineering and creativity. And friendship with Nomi. This sounds good. You're honestly pumped for your first day in robotics lab. There wasn't enough room on Strato for a proper lab, so most of your life you've been warned that the bots the colony relies on, like the watering bots and the hoverlifts, will eventually break down for good. With a fully functioning robotics lab, you should be able to keep those bots active for a lot longer. Plus, there's all sorts of unused bots in here. You look around and wonder at the wide array of capacities in Cell. Maybe one day you'll be able to create new robots of your own. You can't wait to show off what you can do. Congruence is so relieved to have an assistant. Since Hal died, well, Dr. Insis is too busy to help, she says as you're setting up. Tangent sometimes lends a hand, literally. She seems to be more interested in her own projects. Chief Engineer seems to think that there's a lost cause, that we should just recycle them, Congruence opines. Hal would never have thought they were trashed, so you're excited to work on Selene. Good to know. I'll try to make sure to hug Rex each season, so we can just befriend him and leave him open as an option. His electrifications program is super cool. I want to build something massive. You know what? Given that giant tentacle monster, let's see if we can build a massive mech to take on the next monster. Maybe you can make me a body one day, Congruence jokes. I want it always to be 10 feet tall. You know what? Congruence mech to take on monsters sounds like a good long-term plan. Congruence goes quiet and then adds, go ahead and look around. If you have any questions, let me know. You spend the day getting to know your way around the Mars lab, meeting all the bots you're going to be working with. It's broken, forgotten bots, just need a little TLC. The Vertimelia Festival is a welcome day of normalcy in an otherwise chaotic year. Despite some lingering rivalry between the two factions, Vertimelia is the chance for the Helios and Stratos to come together and appreciate the bounty of the planet. At least that's what they don't say! As Governor Loom takes on the stage to address the colony, you can't help but notice the crowd has segregated itself according to the ship of origin. Al is dead, Tonin is dead, Edicott is dead, Combe is dead. I think those are the main ones that are dead off the top of my head. Rex shoots you away from the others, from the Strato side, and Nomi's making a silly face. Vase is surrounded by the other young soldiers, all looking sharp in their Heliopause uniforms. With Tangent standing beside you, You wonder if the two ships will ever feel like one colony. A fanfare plays over the square's announcement system. Lum's honor guard do a complex drill with their drone rifles. Greetings, people of Vertuma, Lum says, his voice ringing on his ear. Yeah. We may be far from our beautiful Earth, but we can still celebrate and be thankful for what we have here. We worked hard to save this big little colony from this brink of destruction, and you should be proud of our work. Helios' chair, your side squares more quiet. I know some of you have been asking, Loom, how are you going to do it all by yourself? How are you going to run the colony, solve everyone's problem, turn this planet into a paradise, and look this good? Loom strikes a pose to his pattern of polite pause. Well, I have the answer for you, he continues. The old council made a lot of bad choices, like illegally leaving Earth, but I believe in second chances, so I've appointed the original department heads on my own council, Loom's Council 2.0. Better not disappoint me. He laughs and makes fingers guns at the department heads and put on. Stay on your toes, Stratos. I also want to promise everyone here today that we're going to make Vertuma safe for humans, Lum says. And the next time those bastard Xenos attack, we're going to blow them so many little pieces that there won't be enough left to wipe off our boots. We've already got the defenses, he says, gesturing broadly to the new taller, thicker walls. And we're building homes for everyone. Homes where people can raise children again, knowing that our military men and women are keeping us safe. Big cheers from both sides this time. Some of the colonists around you even have tears in their eyes, especially those who lost family in the last attack. Boom goes on for a while, lionizing the Heliopause's military strength and casting several digs at your failed colony spheres. Finally, the crowd disperses to set up a square for afternoon festivities. Some traditional and some new. Yep, I'm just gonna lean into a goofy voice for him. He just seems like the type of character for it. It's kind of stuck up. I can't quite do a Zap Brannigan, but I feel like that's what they were kind of going for with him, just not quite as stupid. The stuck-up, arrogant, I'm such a hot shot, and I probably shouldn't be in control type character is what I'm already getting from him. At the tables, Aunt Anne and kids are setting up from the start of dinner. There's an unimaginable amount of food thanks to the Heliopause's food rations verses, and piles upon piles of Xeno meat from the hunting parties, and those who can stomach it. Anne is all smiles, clearly making effort to move on as Loom mandated despite still mourning her lost song home. But not even the festive atmosphere can force smiles onto Anemone's face. Come on, it's party time. We should be mourning, not celebrating. Who do these Helio jokes think they are? I miss my mom. Let's just go with come on, it's party time. I figured it wouldn't make her happy. That's fine. You encourage Anemone not to dwell on the past. Things are looking up. Now's the time to bond with our new colonists and pave the way to the bright future. Anemone just stares at the tureen and Stu in the arms. She sits down, wipes her eyes, and walks away. Oh, he's changed. The chime sounds in to announce that the square is set up for the annual competitions. What do you choose this year? I guess I'm not going to be a, 6-time science fair champ? Guess I'm going to be a trivia champ instead. Instance is too busy to organize the science fair, so you have a Helio tradition set, Trivia Night, hosted by Concurrence. You, Tangent, and Nomi all sign up. I miss the science fair, Tangent grumbles. Would have been memorizing facts to prepare. Yeah, you won't come in second place again, Tangent. Oof, an 88. Let's start with that. And then, what do we have going on here? Probably the best I can do there. And boom. You get most of the questions right. All that studying and watching holovids definitely paid off. Nomi shrugs off their loss. Tange tries to, but you can tell she's actually kind of ticked off she didn't win. You should be used to it by now. You always lose to me. After the festivities, the mood in the colony is a lot lighter. You see people smiling easier and see mixed groups of Helios and Stratus socializing together. It feels like the first time people have actually let themselves relax. I need to give out a hug. Rex throws his arms wide. Coach, I'm open, he laughs, catching you as you throw yourself into his arms. He spins you around and growls into your neck, squeezing you tightly. It's a good hug, the kind that makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. And we're gonna go play with more robots. You're headed off on a lunch break when you see Mars and Tange sitting together in the engineering break room. Tange is eating a sandwich while also scrolling on her holopalm with it, and Mars is half collapsed on the table, barely holding her head up on her hand as she pouts at Tange. Come on, she whines. You said we're gonna hang out after lunch. Aren't you done eating yet? Tange takes a slow, deliberate bite of her sandwich and chews while making eye contact with Mars. It goes from funny to awkward to hilarious as Mars' face falls and she puts her head on the table and groans. Proper mastication is important for digestive health. Tange answers, primarily a smile curling around the corner of her mouth. You can masticate in private, Mars mutters. What are you reading and how is it more important than me? Your best and only friend on the planet. Just something for work, Tange answers. It's really interesting. I don't know how Dr. Instance was so well published. I didn't, even though she was only 25 when the Strato left Earth. She was practically a prodigy, like me. She looks at her holo screen. It's absolutely fascinating. We're so lucky to have such an accomplished researcher here on Vertuma. Read over the shoulder. You take a seat at the table and sneak a look at Tange's screen. Catch few words. Recombinizing, tetrotropism, RNA, protein sheaths, intrinsic immunity, maybe something to do with viruses, or the picture is possibly also a fungi. Without further examination, it's hard to tell. Tange notices you and looking and shuts off her holoprom, shooting you a cool look. Is it something to do with shimmer sickness? Mars wonders out loud. Wait, I want to learn about macrophages. Tange looks startled but pleased. She turns her holopalm back on and tilts it so you can read along. It's dense but interesting, and definitely about the viruses that affect fungi. I didn't know you were so interested in Mrs. older work as well, Selene. Tange says. Perhaps we could work together to parse this section next. It's particularly challenging. OMG, nerds! Mars laughs. Look at you two eggheads. Better you than me. Tange graces you with a small, thankful smile. You've been eating for like a half hour, Tange. Come on, Mars says, pulling her hands down her face. Please, can we do something fun for some rampaging Xeno eats us? We're both too pretty to die of boredom. Tange smiles. Think I'm pretty, Mars? She asks, seeming genuinely curious. Mars sets her hand on top of Tange's. The prettiest, she swears, her other hand over her heart. Even prettier than me. Well, I mean, I went in the looks department, but I think smart women get, like, extra points. Tange says, puts her hand on top of Mars's hand, and leaning in to fix Mars with an unusually flirtatious expression. Yes, do tell me all about my great beauty, she deadpans. That's all I live for. Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You tune them out in favor of eating your lunch before you're expected back in engineering. So, if I get a biology choice, I'll keep choosing it, though we won't study biology anymore. We are one of the smartest people in the colony at biology. Value is wild. Value wildcard batches as all pairs or straights.
Do the quick run check. Oh. Here's hoping Dad's not too heavy this time. You overhear your dad talking to one of the other cultivators. He seems to be upset about something to do with the new governor and people from Heliopause. When the other woman leaves, you have a chance to talk to some of the burning questions you've had. Who are these new people? Is Governor Loom some kind of space cop? Why do the Helios know about Mom? How come you just let them take over? Nah, no burning questions here. Let's ask about Mom. Your dad looks startled and tries to muster a friendly smile. You overheard us, kiddo? Listen, Celine. He hesitates and looks around nervously as if afraid of being watched. You're just gonna have to trust us adults on this one. There are things you're still too young to understand. I'm not too young. I thought the same thing about myself once, your dad said gravely. I was wrong. The Helios came here just like us, looking for a better life. Some of them had other reasons too, but now they're here and we have to learn to work together. When your mother and I were young on Earth, we learned a hard lesson. He gives a grim smile. We learned a lot of hard lessons. One was that it was safer to be led by one dangerous person than be attacked by an army of them. He let that sink in. Another was that sometimes when adults tell you not to worry, you should listen to them. Go on, enjoy your youth. He gestures towards the Heliopause. Go get to know some of the new kids. I'm sure you'll find they're a lot like you. Before you can say another word, your dad is called back to work. There's still so much to be done to rebuild the farms and geoponic greenhouses, and you can see the people from the Helio helping him. Maybe they aren't all that bad. And off to more robotics. Trying to get to that glow before I need to stop. The Heliopause didn't have an onboard AI like Congruous, which must have been hard. She runs the robotics lab just like she runs all the rest of the colony systems, silently and perfectly. Working with her is like working with the all-knowing, all-powerful God who doesn't mind doing all the chores. You always knew Congruence was more advanced than all the other bots put together, but you didn't realize that the assumption was literal. She programs all the bots based off her own code, so it's almost like they're all part of her. Sometimes while you're working your bot, she'll joke that it tickles. As Concurrence's hands, you do the physical maintenance on the bots. The ones that you see most often are the vacuum bots. As the colony has gotten larger and much, much dirtier, they're more likely to get clogged and break down. Then people have to do more cleaning by hand, which makes them complain to command, which means more maintenance requests on your desk. One vacuum bot in particular is just eccentric. It's broken in a way that you can't really permanently fix it, but you keep patching it up and sending it back out to serve the colony. You see it in the lab so often you decide to name it Rosie, Robbie, Roomba, Rob, something else. I think we'll just go with the Nintendo reference. Oh, I was a little too fast. Sorry. I figured something else might give me more options, but this is fine. You stencil the bot's name on its way, on its chassis, and send it its own way. There you go, little Rob. See you in a few days. Yeah, I'm never quite sure when I'm gonna get a comment from someone, so I try to read them out to give a little time for someone to say something, but try not to dwell too long, especially since my spouse should be coming home, or giving me a notice that they're coming home sometime soon, so I'm trying not to stall too long so I can get through the glow and whatever hellish thing happens during it, because I'm doubting it's going to be smooth. Late dust into early wet. Oh, finish off engineering. Equip an additional gear. Ah, Wally would have been a fine one.
So this makes me wonder. I never actually spent my kudos. Can I afford a better gear at this point? Yes, I have plenty of kudos for this. That doesn't seem bad. Yeah, I was thinking the plus $15 skills, probably a good general purpose one, so we will just go with that. No, I want the medallion. Because a lot of the thresholds have been like 20. So, unfortunately, I just got the notice that my spouse is on the way home, so I'm not going to make it to Glow. So, I will instead just quickly run around to all the people and see if I unlocked anything. Your dad is deep in conversation with some official-looking people from the new ship. When you arrive in time to hear him say, "They're not aliens, they're livestock. I should know, I shovel enough of their..." He sees you and he brightens. "Excuse me, fellas, my kid's here. We'll continue this later." He throws his arm around your shoulders and walks away from you. "Thanks, kiddo. You showed up just in time." So nothing there. I don't think I have anything here. See Cal sitting in the dirt, picking slowly at the grass. He's weaving together a bracelet. "Sometimes it helps when I'm doing something with my hands," he says, quietly. "If I start to feel scared or upset, I just take a deep breath to try to reconnect with the planet." Can't do the debate. Mara surveys the construction work with new walls. Cleared her eye. "Well, this is great and all," she says, "but did you notice we have like a total power vacuum at the top? Like, who's in charge? The council here is just a bunch of scared adults, like everyone else. If the Helio people wanted, they could take control of this colony." Mars' clenched his fist. "The colony should be under colony governance, not some outsider." Rex surveys the reconstruction efforts with a thoughtful look on his face, which melts away when he sees you and smiles. "Hey, Elaine," he says. "I'm thinking we should put a pool over there. Ooh, how about a dance floor with big booming speakers and blinking lights? And a disco ball." Tammy purses her lips as she looks out the shambles of the colony. "What a shame," she says quietly. "We all worked so hard and now it's just gone." She sniffles and puts her fingertips to her lips. "I tried so hard to make this place feel like home. I don't know what else I can do." Tange frowns as a unit of soldiers from the Healer Palace jog past her. An entire ship full of thick-swelled warmongering agents, she says. "What a relief. Surely all of our problems will simply go away if we fire lasers at them." A lot of the options are unavailable because they're skill checks. Like this one, I need reasoning 80 or higher, which, thanks to the 15 plus, I have. Tangent shrugs. "Well enough," she concedes, "but I confess, I actually hit something of a block. I'm sure all the answer's right in front of me, but I can't grasp it." You take a look at her work, immediately come to a conclusion that had just been out of her reach. Tange rubs her eyes. "Oh, you are formidable," she says. "I had been coming at it the wrong way the entire time." She taps a few notes on her holopon and says, "Thank you for bringing someone on this stupid rock I can trust to know what they're doing." That's why, quickly before I need to leave for the day, I am just checking options on people to see if that plus 15 allows us to see any extra things. And Amani is looking over some official documents on her holopon and dismisses them as you walk out. "Hey, Selene," she says. "Want to train together? And I suggest you practice some hand-to-hand combat and kicks your butt in absolute most literal sense." She leans over while you're lying on the floor, completely gasped. "You okay?" she laughs. "I didn't go too hard, right?" Face looks exasperated by your presence. "Hey, it's Rex's little buddy," he says, scrawling. "Get out of here before I have to send him a message about how I don't want his little gang of dickwits sinking up my garrison." Cracks his knuckles. "You're not going to look like my choice of medium." I am missing one little playful person, but They do not seem to be around right now. So, yeah. This is gonna have to be the stream for today. Usually just go until 4:30 or so, Central. However, I do not plan to have a big gap again. I should be able to continue this next Wednesday, no problem. So, we will continue this next Wednesday at 1 Central. Hope anyone that tuned in had a good time. Would have liked to end on a more climatic note, but this is fine. We will just be starting up next time and jumping pretty shortly into the dusk. Or glow, sorry. We're in the wet. Because I think glow comes shortly after the wet. And we'll see if the guns and soldiers help against all the monsters when we start up next time. Hope you all stay well, and until next time. See ya, Metal. See y'all.